And altogether, they declare an oath of sovereignty to their queen.
We're all crazy. We've promised to follow the crazy wherever the crazy takes us.
And then she's like, also, right now they're not really
we promise to love the crazy,
places, but soon these will be accepted everywhere.
In crazy we trust.
Backed by gold, and it's very valuable. And then after this fucking weird ass ceremony she has where they swear oaths and she gives them this money, loyalty money, she then plays a video of the Aladdin movie, like the cartoon, the part where the genie is freed from the lamp, and it's to symbolize that they're free from the economic system.
Oh my god! Because she stole their money. So as you can imagine, her
reputation is going down, down, down. She is losing followers. When she had at her peak over 70,000, now she's got 50,000. She lost 20,000.
Oh, 20,000.
So she is like, no, I'm gaining 1,000 followers a day, and then she posts a thing where she has over 500,000 followers, and people are like, it's photoshopped, and she's
all the trolls that came to look at you.
Shut up, block, delete the comment. And so the thing is, even if she posted that, people were able to go.
There had to have been trolls here who were just feeding into her crazy, just totally trying to walk her down some crazy lane, like some crazy alley, some dark crazy alley at night. You know that there's some trolls here. This is one of the reasons why I don't respond to like chat and I don't talk to the chat, because I know I'm crazy. I know I'm fucking crazy. Probably just as crazy as her, frankly. But not as sick as her, though. I'm not as sick and as angry or weird as her, but I definitely am as crazy as her. and so oftentimes I'm like, trust me, it's me doing you a favor if I don't talk to you. It's me doing you a favor. I don't want power like her. I don't want to crack the whip and make muggles serve me or whatever. It seems like such a puerile fucking it's almost an assistant to this regional manager type dream. You're like, oh man, in your fantasy, you want more humans in your life to hassle you all the time, even if they serve you. That means that they're in the room with you and you have to tell them to do things. You want more humans? There's already 10 billion fucking humans on the planet. You want them to be your servants and slaves? I don't know. I don't think I could actually get down with that, no. I'm headed the other direction, away from the humans, Yeah. Because of stuff like this, it's kind of funny.
Oh, and look, how did they know it's photoshopped? Because they went to her actual thing and they saw, no, it's not showing that.
Where do I go?
So anyway, this is when she decides, okay, I don't care. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. So she still has her loyal, 12 followers that are still with her in these RVs. And she is moving around, driving everywhere, right? They're still doing that while she's doing all these ceremonies and stuff. And this is when she does something where she's going to kind of fuck up and get kicked out of like a bunch of different places. It starts when this hurricane in Canada called Hurricane Fiona, which she said was fake.
No.
So she's like, I'm going to take care of it. I'm going to go over to where the hurricane hit, and I'm going to show you guys that the hurricane's fake. She shows up to this island called Cape Breton in Nova Scotia, and she realized the hurricane is not fake. Like, they can see the homes and the devastation, everything. But then she notices there's this guy who's in front of this building that's all fucked up, and he's like, looks distraught, and she's like, got him. She jumps out of her RV with the camera, starts filming him, and is soliciting donations for him. Right? Now, the neighbors and stuff, they say that he is mentally ill and easily taken advantage of, and they did just that. They're using him to get these donations. Now, his neighbor is a guy by the name of, Robert Nolan, and he did not take kindly to this shit. He also had a big ass truck, like a big, and so he brings his truck up to where they're filming this live stream, and he starts blowing on the horn, making it like so loud to where, they can't stop. Then they go away to like continue filming, and then he takes a drone and he starts flying the drone, and then he
gets a drone, he starts flying a drone. Oh my god. Why are you going up against the public? The public will win. This guy is already deploying drones to thwart your idiot, your 10 clown posse. Or I don't know, what do you call this? It's like what do you call it? It's like a befuddle. It's like a befuddle of QAnon clowns. I dub it a befuddle. What do you call a group of of QAnon clowns who've gone crazy. You call them a befuddle because it just befuddles you. You're like, this trucker's response to it was to deploy drones in his big rig, which is what the public will do when you act like this. They'll bring a semi, and a fucking drone. My best friend, if you fuck with somebody in his neighborhood, I swear to God, like, I mean, he's not crazy, but you know, but he's gonna go want to respond. You know, it's kind of crazy. It's like, and he's one of those people that has firearms. So he's just, I don't think he's gonna go out with a firearm. He's gonna go suss out what happened, but he's gonna want to like go out in the neighborhood with a firearm. Trust me, that's where America is right now. They want to go out into the fucking, I don't know, the Canada too.
He was right, Queen Didulo, right? He started calling her Queen Dildo, and he's telling everyone in town, like,
Queen, dude, this is what my friend Kay would do. My friend Kay would park the semi and blow the horn. Something he would definitely do, and he would brag about it afterwards. Like, I got a chance to finally like to drown out this Karen on a real scale or whatever. I can hear my from friend Kay saying this. Is so funny. He's such a sexist asshole, sort of, in some ways. And I could just see me like I finally drowned out the Karen. Listen, as he plays his semi horn.
Dildo is a fucking bitch.
Fucking dildo. There's nothing like a grown, balding, fat man with gray hair yelling the word dildo at a Karen who's gone crazy. He's QAnon befuddle. The QAnon befuddle. Befuddle is a really good word for QAnon gaggles that have gone crazy, because it happens all the time. Remember Pizzagate? That was that was when a befuddle guy just went straight to the pizza place and started like, now what was this? I stepped on mines? After all that, I killed 45 guys, and the mines are what kill me? You're so dumb.
Look what she's doing. She's exploiting us and taking advantage of us. So now, gathers all these neighbors. They come to their cars and signs and honking horns and basically telling her to get the hell out of this town. I want you here. Just every time she tries to film, they're honking and everything. Like, she's trying to act like she's welcome, and they're showing like, no, you're not welcome. So she ends up packing up and leaving. By the time they kicked her out and she left, she had already made $10,000 of donations.
10? How does she keep getting money?
Give him any of that money. They left him. You know what they did give him, though? A broken television. Robert Nolan, I think. A broken
television. Here's a broken television. I mean, it's crazy as crazy does. I mean, yeah, were you expecting money? No, I expect the broken television. And this kind of stuff, you know, it doesn't surprise me. If you hang around methamphetamine circles long enough with people who stay up for like 5 or 6 days, you start to hear about or see stuff like this. Just they go crazy. I remember one time I myself went on a tirade in front of a house of like 15 fucking people. It was a flop house. I went on a tirade at the flop house when I was completely high on meth and I'd been up for 4 days, and I talked about Hillary. I just talked about Hillary for like 3 hours and how much I hated her. 15 people sitting there, some of them women who liked Hillary, just sitting there, like, you know, just like, wow, just like, and I was like, I'm sorry, I just don't like the fact that she's married to a 45th level Mason. She's like supposedly like, and this was like the day that I found out that she had supposedly, like, her and her husband had like wasted some people and stuff, and I was like, supposedly she's killed some people, all this other stuff, and I was like, I swear to God, she did this mothership thing where she talked about like for the CFR about how she and her fucking New World cronies were just gonna take over the fucking world, and then that's what they did. Like, that's exactly what they did. And so, like, I'm sitting there doing that, and I'll say it right now, just like I did there when I was on methamphetamine. I don't care to be that crazy now. I don't care about Billary or Killary or whatever. I don't care about that. It's been so many years. It's just, I don't care about that. But I mean, like, you know, it's weird how he was like a fucking 45th level Mason and a what was it? Was it Rothschild? He's a Rhodes Scholar and a Rothschild, but he was apparently a fucking what do they call that? An orphan. And yet he became president. It seems sort of weird. It's like, so who paid for the Okay, so if you're an orphan, who the fuck paid for the Rhodes Scholar education? You understand that's Oxford, and that Oxford is not free. And I guess maybe, yeah, he was smart enough to get a scholarship. Maybe he was that fucking smart. But remember, all the television and all the fucking media, they portrayed him as this stoned retard who like got a blowjob in the White House, and he like blows the saxophone all the time, and he talks slow. And we're like supposed to believe this guy's a Rhodes Scholar, and I've always kind of had a problem with that. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure he is smart. When he talks, you can tell he is actually an incredibly smart man. You can tell, I mean, he's not a dumb man. Let's put it that way. He's not a dumb man. But like, I don't know, where did you get that money for fucking Oxford? Like, you're an orphan. I'm sorry, so did the orphanage, I mean, I'm sorry, so if you're an orphan, did your foster parents pay for Oxford? The whole thing was so weird. And then this story, you hear the tirade, and then like the whole house is listening to me raptly while I drop like 15 crazy bombs about Bill Clinton and Hillary and how they're like killers and like they run the Freemasons and like this CFR, and I start showing them the CFR video and all this stuff. And I realize how QAnon that shit sounds. It's just fucking crazy. But the problem is, I'm showing them the videos of her at the CFR. I'm showing them the fucking paperwork on these fucking things. It's insane. It's insane. It's in like, and I sat there and I tiraded like this for like, it was like 3 hours or something like that. And that's the sort of shit that happens when the crazy and the meth, sometimes I think it's the meth. But I mean, most of the time it's like crazy though. The people around those circles that hang out with people who talk like that all the time are fucking crazy. That's the whole thing that they're on. It's not some drug. It's not meth. It's crazy. They're like on the crazy. They long ago, I swear to God, ever since that movie, Boiling Point, I think it was called, or Turning Point, I think it was Turning Point or Boiling Point something, is this interesting movie from the fucking 70s. Where these kids from like these lower class kids who are in a high school are like being brutalized by these terrible fucking high school like basically like military dudes in this high school. So they just full blown revolt one day, and they chain up the doors to the fucking school, and they take the school over. And that's a really fucking good movie. I love that fucking good. I think it's the birth of punk, really. And like, it was like all these kids, they're just like, nah, we're like these fucking like a bunch of them were orphans and stuff, because you know, and they were being brutalized and stuff. So they rebel and shit like this. And like that movie, I swear to God, like a whole generation of 70s people saw that fucking movie, and a couple of other ones too, like Billie Jean. Billie Jean's another one. Billie Jean. I swear to God, they're like Republican dog whistles back then, but they weren't back then. Everybody saw these fucking movies. They're like crazy Republican dog whistles now. But like there was a couple of movies like this that my family, like my Democrat family, fucking worship. Like Roller Boys. Roller Boys was fucking crazy. It was like this thing about boys who rode around on fucking fruity boots, is what we used to call these back in the day. It's rollerblades. They like figured out rollerblades were better than skates, you know, like roller skates. So then they built some crazy live action movie where it's a lot like watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And if you recall, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles had a scene where they were like skateboarding inside of a fucking factory, and the Shredder was like running all these kids in a crazy thievery ring that was like 500 strong or something like that, and they're all in there in that fucking factory or whatever it was, like skating around. It was skateboards in this crazy like homemade skate park and shit, and they're all playing arcade machines and like eating like candy and pizza and shit. And like that, I swear to God, the 80s was full of stuff like this, like, or Red Dawn. Red Dawn's another one. Red Dawn's the worst, like crazy Republican dog whistle, but Roller Boys was one of them. And then there was like I can't remember the film that I'm trying to Boiling Point, and there was like a couple of 70s and 80s movies. Escape from New York. Escape from New York was really kind of a crazy like dog whistle kind of, and there was all these crazy movies that I used to worship when I was a kid that I just knew were like way too inflammatory for average American kids to venerate, because a lot of the movies were crazy. Like Roller Boys, as I recall, it was like some crazy orphan family. I I saw it so many times. Like I'll tell you what I remember of it. It was a crazy orphan family living in a fucking like in a fucking Winnebago, and they were like their superpower was that they all rolled around on rollerblades, and there was like this crazy dystopian future, and they're all like trying to save these other friends of theirs, and they're in this crazy gang, and there was like a bunch of movies like this that were all crazy Republican dog whistles about going against the system essentially. And we all thought that it was just this like thing about rebellion and kids, because it often was. It was like Red Dawn is kind of about rebellion and kids. Commando was kind of like about rebellion and kids, and Roller Boys and Predator had nothing to do. Predator was really kind of a crazy dog whistle. Predator 1 and Predator 2, because it was just like commandos in some kind of urban or jungle environment entirely beyond the like, honestly, like I frankly I think they have more of kind of like a license to kill than James Bond did. And like and yeah, Predator was about like, okay, you're in a jungle and you're the army and you're Spec Ops or something and you're crazy and you're like, you know, you're Danny Glover or Arnold Schwarzenegger and you're like in Chicago and you're fighting the Predator and there's no limits, there's nothing. And there was tons of movies like this. There was like RoboCop was like no limits. It was just some crazy cop Murphy just murdering bad guys left and right like motherfucking Narc or whatever. It was just insane. And like and I remember like Goonies was kind of a crazy one like that, like just go live in a commune of kids and go search for pirate treasure in the nearby cove. And I'm sure some kids drowned doing this. I swear to God, some Pacific California kids probably thought that it was cool because of the Goonies, that they had to live like the Goonies. So I swear to God, they probably like got a bunch of kids together who all dressed up like the kids from Goonies, and then they go down to the tidal pools or whatever, and they drown in the tidal pools. I guarantee it happened in the 80s, because the Goonies were just so outrageously silly to expose kids to that kind of crazy danger in the fucking Goonies. They're like fighting these armed gangsters and shit. And this was like we like and it wasn't just them. There was like Indiana Jones with Short Round. And there was all this weird shit in the 80s about just brutalizing kids pretty much, or like using them as like crazy CIA operatives or stuff like this, or like using them to bust the local like armed bandits and stuff at the pirate cove that's like hidden in the fucking like thing inside their town or whatever. And that adventure, it was cool. But I swear to God, and where I'm going with this is, it bred like three fucking, it took me a while to get there because I just wanted to cite all the examples. The Terminator 2 was the worst one, maybe. Terminator 2 is entirely about shucking the fucking cops, just shucking them like corn, just never ever taking the cops into your consideration ever again. Dueling and battling out with the Terminator in the Del Amo Mall. And this was really formative for me when I was like 11 years old. I saw Terminator 2 because my parents were watching all these like crazy 80s movies when I was like 11, and they were like, oh, he's a little older, he can see a little bit more violence and stuff. And so like, yeah, and so we watched Terminator 2, which became my favorite film for like 12 years and shit, particularly because, remember, those kids, they go to a mall, if you recall, and then the T-1000 and the fucking Schwarzenegger, they duke it out in a fucking mall. Now, I went to that fucking mall. That's Del Amo Mall. I know that mall very fucking well. I went to that mall quite a lot, actually. I went to the Pacific Palisades Mall, and I went to the Del Amo Mall, and all these other fucking crazy malls. Like, I don't know, like, I'm not kidding. Like, I used to live in LA, and I can prove it because I know things like the Del Amo Mall. I used to go to the Del Amo Mall a lot. Last time I was in LA, it was like 2019, or no, it was later than that. It was like 2015, I think. And I had my mother Uber me into the Del Amo Mall, and then to my delight, there was a big screen TV in the Del Amo Mall in the Walmart, and on it was a perfectly fucking perfectly conditioned rock band Beatles, and it was like maybe a day old. They told me when I walked up, they were like, the kids are nuts for this, but it's the middle of the day, they're in school and shit. And they were like, what are you doing here? And I was like, oh, I'm just on vacation, and I'm just here like going to the beach and to the mall and stuff and just chilling in California. And they're like, oh, well, do you like the Beatles? And I'm like, yeah. And they point to the back, and they're like, go to the back. And I'm like, okay. And I go to the fucking back, and there's this huge fucking TV the size of my TV, and there's like a couch there that they had set up in the fucking Walmart. Or was it the Walmart? No, I think it was the Target. It was a Target. It was a Target. It was the Target in the Del Amo Mall. And And I sat in the Target in the Del Amo Mall. Yeah, the Del Amo Fashion Center. This is like Terminator 2 had a scene in this fucking mall where the fucking two Terminators duke it out in the mall by all the kids in the arcade. Do you remember? It's like, hey man, I tried to tell this you were looking for this guy or whatever, and like the redhead kid from Hey Dude or whatever, or whatever it was, Salute Your Shorts or whatever, and like so then they like run down the back alley of the fucking mall where like there's like where all the access is and stuff, and then they plow through the wall and out into the Galleria of the Del Amo Mall and stuff. And so Terminator 2 was a very, very formative movie because I used to go to that mall all the time. And so I see them duking it out in the mall, and it makes it conceptually more understandable for me to accept stuff like revolution and political violence and nutty change and reform, because all the movies train me to do that stuff. Like the movies kind of convince me that I should be outside the box and that I should just be crazy all the fucking time, like Bruce Willis in Yippee-Ki-Yay motherfucker in Die Hard, right? The world's pushed you too far. You're naked and your feet are all cut up because you walk through the glass of humanity. And stupid ass Hans Gruber is trying to kill your wife or whatever it is. I forget. And like, you know, and you have no rules, right? And all the television, all the movies, all the music, all the Eminem and Yellow Wolf, and you know all the fucking Slayer and fucking Metallica and shit and all this shit. You know, they're saying Justice for All, and you know, and Master Puppets and Don't Be a Puppet or whatever and all this stuff. And so everywhere that I looked for like 25 years, there was this rebellion culture. Also, insanity. Almost all of it is insanity. From the the Terminator 2 to the Dusk Till Dawn to the fucking Sin City to the fucking, you know, to all of it, to Orion Ishii chopping off heads and fucking Kill Bill. All of Hollywood is pretty much insane. And like all of it is pretty much insane stuff that you would never, ever, ever do in the real life, because you would just end up this crazy person that was considered to be like, you know, like fucking Vlad the Ripper or something like this, or I don't know, like what's a more reasonable example? Jack the Ripper. So Jack the Ripper, like, so if you do stuff like the movies portray, you end up being, your reputation ends up like you're Jack the Ripper. That's what happens in the real life. But for 25 years, they trained like 3 generations and they made games like Devil May Cry, and the whole attitude is Devil May Care. You're fighting some demons, and you know, and they made movies like They Live, where they tell us that all of these like weird aliens are like masquerading with fucking like cloaking devices in front of us and all this. And it's weird because sooner or later I had to realize that the Hollywood writers had good imaginations, but we don't need this kind of crazy QAnon fucking theory all the time. And now I'm like, if science doesn't support it at all, like for instance, we found a way to teleport a fucking particle. We have actually done teleportation. Our scientists have done teleportation. They have teleported a particle. And so, like, you know, so we know that's possible. We you know, it'll probably be a million years before we get a hold of it, but we know that's possible. It's kind of insane that it'll be sitting in mankind's lexicon for a long time thinking about that. And so, like, it's so having like 30 or 40 years of media train us to be these Americans who don't take shit from anybody. And I swear to God, I know how to rollerblade. I know how to roller skate. I know how to skateboard. I know how to snowboard. I know how to drive a car really fucking fast. I know how to drive a motorcycle. I do all the shit that they do in the fucking movies. I know how to jump out of planes and stuff like this in the games. You know, in the games I do sim VR stuff like Metal Gear Solid stealth stuff and Rust and incursions and Rust raids and Eve 500 v500s last summer and stuff. And it's just weird. And it's like, yeah, I'm like a jet pilot and I'm a fucking, you know, all these movie things. And so I ended up being I was a drug dealer at one point in my life. I've done crazy fucking things like these movies, and I'm beginning to think that the movies were actually the problem. They gave us such rife imaginations that we thought we would all go to jail, or we thought we would all just bust the deep elite, like that movie War Games or whatever. Or we thought it would all just be, you know, Dawn of the Dead or Night of the Living Dead or Diary of the Dead or something like that. And I think the fiction, it was really good, informative for us. But I don't know how helpful it was. You know, I don't know how helpful it was to us. It was entertaining, but I don't know if it was helpful to us. And I'm sort of against this sort of thing anymore. I consider one of the reasons I don't like Joe Rogan is I think he's pretty much the king of that entire goddamn culture. It's not toxic male culture. It's cringe male culture. It's cringe male culture of just waste some guy with an Uzi and laugh about it or something.
Immediately. So now it's September.
Like my friend N, he was like, "There's this movie you'll really like, and it's called Generation Kill," and then he puts it on. He puts a particular scene where they used a really pejorative racist term that I'm not going to repeat on this fucking channel, something like 65 times in 30 seconds, where they mock this guy that they're about to snipe with a sniper rifle. And that scene where they're saying that word that starts with T over and over and over again, I was like, why would I fucking like this? I asked him right to his face. I was like, why the fuck would I like this? It's incredibly racist. It's insensitive. It's not how the real army people are at all. It's this weird fantasy of like, it's like this weird chat, like, it's this weird, like, Chad bro mentality, fucking jack off fest of male energy that has nothing the fuck to do with armed service reality whatsoever. And then there's like 50 racist words in 30 seconds or something like that, and you're like, no, I don't like this. I don't like this. No. And then after that, I started examining all the other movies, like Terminator 2 and all this other stuff, and I was like, no, I don't really want to waste cops with a helicopter and a chain gun. No, I don't think I want to do that. But you made me really want to do that for some fucking reason.
September 2023.
And they made fun of this in The Simpsons. They're like, here's this collapsing kaleidoscope fucking sniper rifle add-on that turns your fucking pistol into a sniper rifle in your backyard. And Homer's like, you know, oh, I don't need that yet, right? And that's the attitude. And they made fun of this in The Simpsons, full blown. I don't need that yet. But that's how my friends think. They're like, every time some survival tool or a gun or something that makes their likelihood of surviving government incursion on their land or their property or their families or their lives or anything like this. And I swear to God, my best friends think like this. Like they were not right wing. They're really not. Like, one of them's full blown bisexual. Like, they're not right wing. They're like, you know, full blown. Well, they're both. They're like, all my friends are like full blown bisexual. They're not right wing. They're not right wing. They're not. They smoke so much weed and do so much coke and drugs and stuff. And like, you know, and they're both bisexual, and they're both like all of them were like bisexual. Even Jan, he's dead now, but they were all bisexual liberals. Like, but they liked having 25 guns. They believe in motorcycles and guns and camping and getting the government out of your fucking face and all this shit, right? Ooh, the train's coming through.
And they are in,
and like, it's weird, and they all grew up on these movies because I showed them to them. And I don't know why, but my family had a taste for crazy action movie Hollywood, so they grew me up on that stuff. Star Wars and T2 and Predator. My father and my mother, they really liked their fucking Hollywood movie action movies. I mean, my mom especially really likes action movies for some reason. I don't know why, but she does. She genuinely likes action movies and dancing movies and skating movies and all types of stuff. And so, like, so eventually these action flicks, they kind of got to me where I was like, well, now we're all addicted to this concept of wanting to be fucking crazy, like Castor or Pollux Troy in that movie fucking Face Off and shit. I know where I got it from. It's Castor and Pollux Troy. It was some crazy actor like Jared Leto or somebody opposite Nicolas Cage in Face Off, or opposite John Travolta. And the two most evil villains that I'd ever heard of were in Face Off. And so I aspired to be them. I just aspired to be them when I was a kid. I want to be Broken Arrow and Face Off and Con Air. I was like, these are my three favorite movies when I'm growing up. Broken Air, Con Air, Broken Arrow, and Face Off. And I watched them incessantly. I watched Broken Arrow on Monday. I watched Face Off on Tuesday. And I watched Con Air on Wednesday. And I want to be the criminals in Con Air. And I want to be the Rangers in Broken Arrow. And I want to be, I want to be Wesley Snipes and Sean Connery in Rising Rising Sun and shit like this. And so after like fucking 25 years of that, all of the people that I know, except for the baby boomers and stuff, are fucking crazy. They're all crazy cokehead gay people who like do crazy things like out of the movies and shit, and they drive fast, and they know crazy people, and they do crazy things, and they travel crazy places. My friend just went to Cancun and stuff like this. They're fucking crazy just to get his dental work done. They're fucking crazy. They are crazy. It's like just like me. We're fucking crazy because we were taught for like 25 years by every bit of media that was out there, from Serious Sam to Manhunt to like fucking, you know, or like such good old games like State of Decay. People forget that State of Decay exists. Or sorry, State of Emergency. Excuse me. People forget that State of Emergency exists, but Rockstar made the most gory, fucked up game that ever existed called State of Emergency, and it was universally accepted. It was on the PS2. I'll bring this up on my stream sometime. Guess what the fucking premise is of this game? You're in a mall with an M79. I need you to get a kill count somewhere around 320 in 90 seconds. That's what State of Emergency is. That's what we grew up. That's what we grew up on. That's what we fucking grew up on. A State of Emergency and shit, and Manhunt and stuff like that. You know, that fucked us up. I swear to God. In Faces of Death and like Last House on the Left and motherfucking, you know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like the original stuff. Or Hills Have Eyes, or fucking like The Ring, or you know, like all kinds of crazy horror movies and all kinds of stuff. And so after all of that stuff, you know what I did for like 15 years until I was like 24, from the age of like 10 or something like that. And I swear to God, I did do this. Like, I would stay up and I would watch MTV from like, I don't know, 9:45 at night until like, I don't know, 11:45 at night or something. And then I would tell my parents that I'd gone to bed, and I would mute the fucking sound just down to where I could hear what they were saying, and that was it. And I would get really close to the television, and I would sit there and I would watch horror movies on USA television from like 11:45 at night until 3:30 in the fucking morning. And I loved it because they would do, it took forever because they had commercials, so a horror movie would take 4 fucking hours, but what do I care? I'm gonna get to see all this crazy stuff. And so that's how I saw, like at the age of like 11, I saw like, you know, Friday the 13th 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like all the way through to Jason X or something like that, as they came out too. Like as they came out, they hit USA television, and I would just watch them as they just hit, and they would censor the violence, but not very much. And so, you know, and like, so, and by the age of like 18, I just believed it was okay to waste anybody who fucked with me. After all that television and all that movies and stuff, no, I don't believe that now, and I didn't believe that then. But I mean, that's what it wants you to believe. Watching all those violence and stuff, you know, the East, like the Mecca people, the people who pray to Mecca every day, would they think that we're fucking evil, and they have like fatwas and stuff against us because they think that our television and our movies and our sex and our porn have completely corrupted all of the youth to the point where we just want to shoot each other in the fucking streets. And they're not wrong. They're not wrong. I mean, that was the pretense lie for 9/11, is these people over there don't like our lifestyles because we do cocaine all the time and rape our children or whatever the fuck shit that Americans like fuck ups do, like Jeffrey Epstein, you know. And P. Diddy, look at how bad, look at how we look to the world with P. Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein and stuff. I wasn't talking about me or anything like that at all. You know, I'm talking about them. Like fucking, like there's a weird like thing about like having sex with underage hookers and children and stuff in this country. It's fucking weird. Like the QAnon thing. I can understand why they did what they did. I just don't want them repeating and making it all crazy and chaotic and toxic for everybody. That like spouting it all the time doesn't help anybody. Okay, so what do, right? So let's say, I'm going to use an example that I think some people can remember at least. Remember the movie There Will Be Blood? At the start of it, his son is like the prince of the oil kingdom, and his father's super happy, and it's, you know, it's like, what's his name? The actor, he's so fucking good, I can't remember. Daniel something or another, forget his name. You know, and so the oil rig inevitably blows up and deafens his son and lights a pillar of fire, if you recall, that burns for like 5 days or something like that. And it's like hell came on earth and burned a flame of fire like a dragon for like like 5 days and stuff, and it deafens his kids it deafens his kid, and and his men get low morale because he loses his stake and he can't get oil out of that thing anymore. They spent all the town's money trying to get to it and all this crazy stuff, so it ruins him. And like, and where I'm going with this is like, okay, so you're the townsfolk, and Daniel Plainview or whatever just blew up the oil rig, and there's all this fire spouting into the fucking air. Now, do you go to your house and bunker up and protect yourself and shoot anybody who comes through the door? Or do you act like QAnon and drum people up like Pizzagate for years on end, for like 10 years? Do you grabble rabble with signs around the burning oil drum, like the burning oil drill, right? Do you march with signs around the burning oil drill, talking about how they have sex with children all the time and you want to prosecute them and stuff? No. You don't act like Kelly and Dear Kelly. You don't actually do stuff like that in the American public. We've never acted like that. We call people like that jackasses and rodeo clowns. We do. We call them weird, shitty names. That we ride them out on a rail when they act like stuff like that. And so, and I don't know. So all this violence, like state of emergency. I beat state of emergency like 10 times or something. I was obsessed with beating state of emergency because it was about getting a kill count that was just insane.
Global economic crisis. The corporation has been building a brighter future for its
bombed out of Starfield.
Based on
Son of a bitch. It's 12:15. I don't want to go back into it. Maybe I don't know. I can go back into it. I'll just do the load. What do I care? I'm watching a video anyways.
Principles of order, loyalty, and civic obedience. The corporation has created a nation that all citizens can feel proud of. For the whole family. And remember, Friday is double ration day at Rocket Burger, where your corporation food vouchers are worth double points. So blast off to Rocket Burger.
Meanwhile, the police have imposed a citywide lockdown on areas of capital cities. This fire control
Yeah, this game was like, yeah, they just declared martial law and it's a state of emergency and the people will not accept it. And they're scared that there might be zombies or something fucked up going on and nobody knows what's going on. So they're all in malls killing each other with like, you know, chainsaws and fucking spears and shit like this. Kind of like that movie that game Dead Rising, except there's like 400 people on the PlayStation 2 screen, and you're shooting at them with M79s and katanas and Uzis and shit. They can't make a game like this anymore. They can't make a game like this anymore. Yeah, you're just rioting and killing people. We were taught that we should act this way. We were like taught this, that we should be crazy. We were taught that we should act crazy, like Terminator 2, like Sarah Connor. And who's my greatest heroine would be Sarah Connor, and I was taught to act like Sarah Connor, right? I thought my life might kind of be like that. I thought I might go down running guns in Mexico with the fucking crazy like cocaine cartels and stuff, and like shoot shit with like from a helicopter with a chain gun and stuff like this. I thought that my life might end up like that because Terminator 2 led me to believe that that's maybe what I as Sean Connor, or sorry, as John, I as the everyman John Connor or whatever, that might be the fucking reality that I face. So all of my friends, they have that same fucking crazy doomsday prepper like mental disorder as well. They've got it worse than me. They all bought 25 firearms and like 5 vehicles. My best friend talked for years about how he wanted to buy a missile silo, like a cheap missile silo, and that we should all just move there and have like a commune there where the government doesn't fuck with us and stuff. And it's like, those weren't my ideas. Those were my best friend's ideas. I just went along with it and I was like, well, I don't want to buy a firearm, but I do want to train to use them. And they were like, that's no problem. We'll teach you how to use them. And they did. And I was like, I don't want to own a lot of camping gear because I'm not really a person who owns a lot of possessions in the real world. I'm a digital guy. So I just want to learn how to camp. So if I get like a tent and a fucking like a pup tent and a fucking dream, you know, will you take me? And they were like, yes, we'll train you. And they did. And they taught me how to camp and live in the mountains. So now I don't fear being out on my own. I don't fear being out on the street. I don't fear being out in the mountains. I don't fear the state of emergency. I prepped for it all of my life. For a while there, I literally had what they call is a bug out bag, which is like, it was like 5 changes of clothes, antibiotics of 2 or 3 different kinds that I saved up for years. There was like meds and inhalers in there. There was like tons of knives and paracord and like a throw together tent, a pup tent, and like all this crazy stuff. And I kept that in my closet at the behest of my best friend because, you know, and I was always disraveled and all over my closet. It wasn't ever longer like in the fucking bug out bag like state that it needed to be, but it was there at the behest of all of my best friends, because they were like, if something bad happens, do you expect us to save you? And I was like, no, I will just hotwire a motorcycle, pick my way into some cellar somewhere, and shoot anybody who tries to come in the cellar. And they were like, okay, you know. And I was like, no, I'm not going to the, they were like, come to the mountains. And I was like, no, I'm not going to the mountains, because they can just infrared scan the fucking mountains and kill you. And this is how deep this doomsday prep stuff gets. I'd rather have a chance in the city where they're just mass scanning and seeing lots of infrared of people who are still alive and stuff. But remember, they've got infrared. If you go to the fucking forest like the fucking Proud Boys or that idiot on Ruby Ridge or whatever, they can just infrared your ass. They know exactly how many people there is. They know exactly where the fuck you are. I fear AC-130 gunships and all this stuff because of stuff like state of emergency prep and doomsday prep and all this stupid stuff. So there was this point where I was just like, I believe that, 9/11 was caused by George Bush and Cheney, and they killed 3,000 of our own troops, and they did this so that they can manufacture some fear and some consent before they caused a bank crisis and sold out to Obama's Wall Street cabinet. All of these politicians sleep with underage hookers, so they all have, and I mean this, they all said, because they get caught all the time. Look at Matt Gaetz. They get caught all the fucking time sleeping with underage hookers, which is pedophilia. You might think, oh, because they're selling it, it's a little bit different. But no, that is pedophilia. That's the whole point of it. It's why it's so expensive. It's why politicians do it and all this shit. And so they all have like non-disclosure agreements against each other. I believe all this stuff, right? But that fear is not constructive. I believe JFK was like the driver turned around and capped him in the face. Like all this weird, crazy shit, because I've seen it. And like all this weird crazy shit. And like I've seen aliens jump out from behind stop signs. And if you think about how a stop sign works, nothing in the world is skinny enough. But I've seen videos of like aliens jumping out of places that they shouldn't have been able to jump out of and stuff like this. I've seen videos of galactic battles up in space and shit, of like crazy spinning dots of both. I've seen both not molecular, but like I've seen like what looks like molecules, but they're actually tiny spaceships fighting some kind of hive war. And I mean, I don't like that I saw this stuff, but I mean, that's what it was. I've seen obelisks on the dark side of the moon. I don't like believing that I saw this stuff, and I don't like sounding like QAnon. I just saw the stuff. I've seen this stuff. I've seen the videos of all this stuff. It's not fucking Photoshop. You can see it right away. You're like, when you see the kids react to it, like, cause like there was one that I've never forgotten, where like this fucking alien, it's like, it has some kind of crazy stick magic or something, and he jumps out from behind a stop sign while these two Mexican kids are playing soccer in like Mexico City or Guadalajara or something like that. And this one was really famous, and like my friends, we watched that one all night. Because you watch the kids' response to it. When the alien jumps out from behind the stop sign, they scream and run like they've been chased by the Terminator. And it's not some fucking fake thing. It's not some act. It's not some fucking thing. Like those kids I believe they pissed their pants. It's like watching them run like that. It wasn't fake. It was some kind of crazy organism coming out from behind a stop sign. I wish I didn't see stuff like this. I've seen so much stuff like that because my stupid dead friend was into all the crazy dark stuff on the fucking internet for some stupid reason. I don't know why, but he just was. So he like subjected to all of us to like Totsi and all these crazy internet sites that showed you aliens and murders and people like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. I'll tell you right now, the worst thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. I'm so desensitized to all of this. I don't like the revolution doesn't scare me because I've seen so much fucked up blood and death and murder before already. It's like fucked up, and I don't like this fact. It's just, the internet did that to me. The internet did do that to me. It absolutely did. I watched a rapist get burned alive at the fucking stake in some crazy rural fucking tribal town in Africa. That was fucked up. That like in my entire crew, my band and all the girlfriends sat and watched. Like there was like 15 of us or something. Like the band and all the fucking girlfriends One night we just watched a rapist burn to death, and the girls, I think they actually wanted to do it. Like, the girls wanted to watch the rapist burn to death. They were like, wait, there's one about a rapist burning to death? And we were like, yeah, let's... They were like, if there's any of these we're going to watch, let's watch that one. That was my friend Allison. Jesus Christ. I believe that was Allison when she was like 14 or something like that. Long before she ever lost her virginity. She was calling for the death of the rapist burning alive in the African fucking village video. She wanted it. She like asked for it. She was like, let's watch the rapist burn alive in the African village. And I was like, okay. There was one where the guy jumped down from something like 17 stories. There was the one where there was a guy standing at the top of a 5-story tower, something like that, and this guy just shoots him with a shotgun. And he falls. There was another one where there was this guy gets shot with a shotgun, point fucking blank, and it dumps his guts all over the fucking pavement and all this. And I don't like describing these things, and I'm sure I just lost everybody in the fucking channel. But, like, understand, those are the things that happened to my fucking brain when I was young, and everybody that I know. So, like, and that's how we got state of emergency. People wonder how we get this Grand Theft Auto violence that scares the whole world. Because the internet showed us all this crazy shit when we were like 15 years old or whatever. And so now we're like haunted by it, like 2 girls in 1 cup or whatever. And I'm sorry, but I don't know. And I swear to God, this stuff made us crazy. We aspire to be Hardcore Henry. I aspire to be Hardcore Henry and outdo the crazy like Russian crime lord boss like Elon or whatever that's like chasing you with his hypnotic, like scary like warping men that warp and dance and jump around and stab you with triple bladed knives and stuff like this. And like I like Hardcore Henry. I've always thought of it as my favorite fucking action film, but I don't want my life to be Hardcore Henry. There's this point where the liberal, normal, sane side of me goes like, you couldn't possibly do this amount of desensitization without losing your soul. So I spent most of my life trying to preserve my soul from all the stupid shit that I saw. And I did. I still have a soul, you know? It's just, you know, I'm just not scared of seeing the death of everybody around me. It's crazy. It's weird what it does to you. It, like when you've had pigs level guns at you and stuff, or criminals and shit like this. It's weird. I've had somebody level a gun right at my chest. It fucking, you know, it sucks. It fucking sucks. I was like, that sucks. Never had that before. I've never had a fucking person point a gun at my chest with I had cops do that to me. I had somebody try to rob me, stick a gun in my fucking chest. I definitely had somebody stick a knife to my fucking chin. And he was like, I'm taking your fucking car. And I was like, all right, go ahead. I mean, I have the key. Go ahead. You're gonna have to fucking fight me, because if all you have is a knife. So I was just like, take the car. And you know what? I got my car back like 2 days later. Because I was like, take the fucking car. It's not worth my life, and it's not worth a knife fight with this idiot. It's not worth the problems or the court cases or anything, or what I'd have to do to stop you from doing it. It's not worth it. Take the fucking car. I'll go find another car. I'll go work and get another car if I have to. The car is not worth your fucking life. It's just not. You ever had a car stolen from you or steal a car? It's actually quite a vibe. It's interesting. It's about as dangerous as things get. If you're in currently a Grand Theft Auto against you, it's actually very dangerous, because that person is trying to get out very quick, so they'll do crazy fast scary things, like stick a knife to your fucking neck to make sure that they get out of there fast. And so I was like, oh yeah, sure. You know, what do? Do you fight him for the fucking knife? No. I guess you could call me a pussy. But I mean, I also was like, you understand that we're in the age of GPS and the car is rigged and there's like a key and it's in my pocket, and he doesn't know that, and I don't tell him that. So I'm just like, oh yeah, sure, take the car, right? And I'm thinking that they're going to peter out like 200 feet away, and then I figured I would pick up a stick and have a fucking stick fight with him with his knife. You know, because I figured the car was going to peter out like 200 feet away, but I wanted him to get away from me. So I was like, take the car. And I really really thought that it was gonna fucking peter out and stop like 200 feet away because the fucking key, the key fob was in my pocket. Now, he didn't know that there was a key fob for the fucking car because he was a brain dead moron. I don't know anything about him, but he was dumb. And so, like, you know, I really don't know anything about this guy, but like, you know, but I was just doing a favor for a friend, and they decided to rob me for some reason. I don't know why, but they got a car for 2 days and some money, but that was it. And then I put them in jail, you know. So like, it was just weird. So I was like, why isn't the car pulling over? I was like, well, I had the key fob. It couldn't possibly leave the key fob, could it? That's what the key fob is for. But no, that motherfucker, like the stupid ass Toyota company let this fucking criminal drive off with my fucking Prius in like 2015 or something like that. That was so fucking bad. It was so bad for me. I quit my job and left. I was like, no, this is so fucking disgraceful. And that had nothing to do with me. I didn't cause it. It didn't, you know, I was around dangerous people. I suppose I caused that. But I didn't do anything to cause them to try and steal the car from me. And I mean, how far did they think they were going to get? There was all kinds of GPS on that car. That's another thing about Grand Theft Auto. You better go steal that crappy V-dub from, you know, that Volkswagen Beetle down the street, you know, from the 1970s, because all the modern cars have fucking GPS up the fucking ass. And if the owner's smart, by the way, I have some advice for you guys, for any of you guys who own vehicles and stuff. I did this all of my life. I just haven't, you know, the oligarch stole all the money, so I've not had a car now for, I don't know, 7 years or 8 years something now. But there's this GPS tracker coin that you can just put in your car somewhere. It's like the size of a fucking quarter. Do you see it? This is what you do. If you own anything at all, I'm talking gun, anything at all that's worth more than $1,000, definitely go down to the Best Buy. This is one of the reasons why Best Buy still exists. And buy yourself a fucking Air Carawin mini GPS tracker, whatever the fuck it is. This house has one. Like this house, I'm scared of somebody stealing it from me. So it has all kinds of trackers that they'll never ever be able to detect. Like, I mean this, and I was very paranoid about this. I do this to my cell phones. I do this to my cars and stuff. And I was like, I didn't, you know, it's just crazy. So now this was my parents' car, so I didn't bug my parents' car out of respect for them. But I mean, if I owned that car, I would have bugged the car. I do it to all my cars. I've done it to, I've never had any of my cars stolen or anything like that. Not that anybody's tried, but I mean, they wouldn't get far, because in all my cars since, like, I don't know, 2004, or I know, a little bit later. Yeah, no, it was like 2004 or something like that. You've been able to buy this little GPS coin for your fucking car that's cheap. It's like $9, and then you just connect your phone to it. And no matter what, you can get back to your fucking car. It might even be in the goddamn landfill or whatever. It doesn't matter. You can get back to that fucking car. This is cheap. It's cheap. It's like a cell phone and $9. Do you see? It's always been like $9. And so, like, I was just like, okay, take the fucking car, you piece of shit moron. You're not really thinking this through, huh? And then I squeezed the fob in my pocket, and I'm like, oh yeah. I mean, okay, what play does this guy have here? I'm like, well, he's being stupid and he wants to go to jail, and this isn't gonna work because the car is gonna peter out, and all these people are gonna witness that he's got a dead car on the side of the road that he just tried to steal, and his girlfriend's freaking out and crying already as he steals the car and all this shit. She was like freaked out and crying when he did it. Like, you know, he stole the car from me, and he didn't warn her that he was gonna do it. You know, he didn't warn her. You know, he did not warn her. Like, she didn't know, I didn't know. And that's one of the reasons it happened to me, is they didn't plan it first. He just psycho ran it. If there had been any kind of sense that they're running anything against me at all. But the guy didn't know he was going to do it till he did it. And that's how he pulled it over on me. He just rando decided to do it. And her screaming was how I knew. She was screaming. She was not okay with him stealing that car. And yes, he did go to jail. He went to jail 3 days later. It was fucking crazy. So, like, you know, that fucking asshole. So, you know, this coin, right? It makes it so you really don't have to worry about theft. Let them steal the car. If they're like stealing the car from you at knife point or something like that, let them fucking have it, and then you just call up the cops, and you're like, yes, I have this cell phone. Will you come to my house and just look? And that's what I did. I literally called the cops. I was like, hi, are you the detective on my case? And she was like, yes. And I was like, hi, I love you. Thank you for helping me. And she was like, no problem. And I was like, I've never had anything like this ever happen to me before. I've never had a break-in or anything like this because I'm just not stupid. And she was like, that's okay. And I told her, I was like, when he drove off, I don't know if he kidnapped her or what, because she was screaming. She didn't know he was going to do this. And I told her, I was like, that's what freaks me out about this the most, is I don't know if this is some kind of rape torture scenario too. And that got her attention. She was not worried about the Grand Theft Auto. But when I informed her that yes, there was like a girl in that fucking car, and she was screaming as he drove her away, and she did not want him to rob me. And it was fucking crazy. It was fucking crazy. It was one of the crazier things I've ever been in. And so I thought the car was just going to peter out in 200 feet. I played it out in my head, and I was like, sure, take it. Fuck it. You know, I told him, I was like, yep, take it. I'm not going to fight you or whatever. Take the fucking car. You're not going to get very fucking far. I also really didn't think they were going to spend the time to figure out where my paycheck was, but they knew that I had cashed it. And like, so they spent some time. I mean, these were like, you know, this was a hit. They kind of, it wasn't a hit, but I mean, she was with him, but they weren't planning on doing it yet, I don't think, you know? And so it was weird. The timing of it was weird. So he did surprise me, but I got all of it back. I got my phone back. I got the car back. I didn't get the money back, but I mean, I did get the victim's recompense later. You know, I got it all back. It was kind of crazy because I don't fuck with stupid. It's like, take the fucking car. It's bugged to all hell. You know, take the car, see how far you fucking get. So then I get home, and I'm like, fuck, I'm fucked. I don't know what to do. I'd never been in this situation, so I didn't even know what to think at first. So then I sat there, and I like, my parents were like sitting in the next room, furious, and had been screaming at me for like 5 hours because I got their car stolen and shit. And I was like, I'm sorry. What can I do? I was stuck up by a fucking kid with a knife. What can I do? I'm not gonna fight him. You know. I can't get, I'm on probation. I can't get a fucking violation, you know? What am I going to do? I can't fight him. I'm on probation. What can I do? So, like, you know, so I'm sitting there, and they're yelling at me, and they're like, you might have to leave. And I was like, yeah, I know. I'm probably going to leave. I told them, I was like, I'm probably going to leave. You know how many times I've said that in my life? I'm like, I'm probably going to leave. I fucked up. I guess I fucked up here. Yeah, I was a drug dealer. Or, yeah, I got my parents' car stolen or whatever. You know, yeah, I'm going to leave. Yeah, I told them, I was like, I'm going to leave. And I'm sitting there, I'm fuming, and I'm like, motherfucker, man, I didn't do anything to deserve this. I just tried to help people, you know? That was the real problem with it, is like, if I'd been down there doing something bad, I would have been like, oh, tough titty, I guess I deserved this. But no, I was just down there trying to give somebody a fucking ride. That was it. I was trying to give somebody a ride who was stranded. That was it. There was no drugs involved. There was no deals or money or problems or sex or anything at all. There was just like me helping some people who were stranded. That was it. And they decided they needed that car so bad they robbed me. And so their response was like, you got to get out of our house. You're a criminal and all this shit. And I was like, no, I just got robbed. It happens to everybody occasionally, I think. You know, I was just robbed. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. And so they victim shamed me for like 5 hours, and I was like, I want out of this. How do I get out of this? And I was like, wait, my phone is in the car. I was like, wait, if the phone has GPS, the car has GPS. So then I wasted 2 hours calling fucking OnStar, and they're like, no, this model of Prius is like a year before when they started doing OnStar on these Priuses just automatically or whatever. So you don't really have a tracker, but we can probably find the car. It'll just take a while. And I was like, okay. And they were like, yeah, it might be like a couple of weeks before we reach you. And I was like, okay. And they were like, if it's still there, if it hasn't been chopped or whatever, we'll get to you and we'll tell you where it is. And I was like, okay. And so I'm like waiting for Prius, and I'm thinking, oh my God, weeks are going to go by. They're going to tear the car apart and burn it to the fucking ground to get rid of the evidence. I'm like, oh my God, I've got hours to move. I've got to do something. So then I was like, wait, the phone has GPS. So then I just call up the detective, and I was like, I have Google here, and it's saying that my fucking my car and my phone, or at least my phone, is sitting there on the side of the road about 50 miles south of me. And she was like, yeah, okay, sure, I'm going to come see you. And she came to see me, and she was like, so I'm worried about the girl more, but I'll tell you right now, I'm worried about the girl more, but I'm actually like really want to get the car back too. And I was like, yeah, me too, please. My parents are wrecked by this, please. So I was like, go do something for me. Go drive south to this GPS coordinate and all this stuff, and you can connect to the company and they'll help you or whatever, right? She was like, no problem, I'm going right the fuck now. And I was like, oh, good. And sure enough, she got there and she was like, your car's here. We recovered it. We towed it. It'll be back, and then, you know, it'll be in the impound, and you can just go get it. And I was like, oh, thank fucking God, yes. And so then Trouble Travels in Threes, this is why I wrote the song Trouble Travels in Threes, is I didn't see the next thing coming, which was that when I got robbed, I took a taxi ride back home from my own company because I was like 50 miles south. And so like they so they were like, okay, or whatever it wasn't 50 miles, it was like 20 or it was like 38 miles south or something like that, or it was like $105 fucking cab ride at $4 a fucking mile or something like that. It was insane. So they wouldn't comp me. So I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, you understand that this is like an entire day's pay, and they're like I've never asked you for anything ever, and you don't want to comp this ride for me the day that I get my car stolen? And they were like, no, and you're irresponsible, you've got to work your shift still too. And I was like, okay. And then they were like, we don't like what's going on with you. Something seems to be wrong with you. What they were detecting that is I was on meth. But what they thought was happening was worse. They were like, oh, you got your car stolen, but you're probably running with some gang or something like that. They thought something was worse. So they were like, well, we gotta let you go. And I was like, no, you don't. I'm fucking quitting. I've done nothing to deserve losing this job. And I was like, no, you don't. You can't fire me because I quit. Which they laughed because they knew exactly where I was getting it from. A Nirvana song. I was like, you can't fire me because I quit. And I said it exactly like fucking Kurt Cobain. I was like, you can't fire me because I quit. You know, and I quit all my jobs when they fuck with me like this. It was so stupid. Because I took a ride home that I paid for. Like that I paid for. It was $148 after the tip or whatever it was. It was insane. And like and I was like and I had the worst like time of my life almost. My parents are telling me that I don't have a place to live anymore. I'm like, fucked up. And I'm like sitting there and I was like, wait, I can solve it. And I got myself out of the problem. And I learned from that and all the problems since then that no matter what the problem is, I can get my way out of it. It doesn't matter what it is. And it's true. This is something true. This is a truism. If you believe that you can get your way out of any problem, you can get your way out of any problem. Like pretty much. Like ask there's problems like if you're handcuffed, how are you going to get out of that? And I'm not saying you can do that, but there's something you can do. You know what I would do? I would somehow try to get it down by my foot, and I would just start stomping on the chain, stomp on that chain for goddamn 8 hours. It would suck, but it's going to break your fucking foot, probably break your fucking hand, but it's going to fucking eventually probably pop that chain. The chain will probably just eventually just crack under stress and pressure. It'd probably be fucking crazy, but but so I wouldn't plan on it, but I think even the handcuffs I could probably get out of if I really wanted to. I would give up my hand and my foot to do it though. That's what it would be. You would have to liquidate your fucking foot stomping on the chain, but you would be able to crack the chain eventually. Those chains are not strong enough to withstand like a 200-pound man stomping on them for a long time. That's what I would do. I'd go out to the forest, find a fucking rock and another rock, and I would tie the rock to the bottom of my fucking shoe, and I would just stomp on the fucking chain. I would just stomp chain all day till I broke my right foot. I guarantee it'd probably break your fucking foot, but it doesn't matter. You've got to crack that fucking hand, those handcuffs. So what do? You've been handcuffed by some fucking pig who tries to rape you out there by Las Vegas, and he leaves you to die in the fucking desert or something like Fear and Loathing. What do you fucking do? What do you do? Like Gary Busey in Fear and Loathing, right? It's real lonely out here or whatever, right? And so what do you do to get out of those fucking handcuffs? Well, you get 2 stones, you tie somehow, you get reeds or fucking something, some kind of fiber, and you tie the stone to the bottom of your fucking foot, and you make sure that it's the right style of stone that you need, and you stomp on the fucking chain for 6 fucking hours till the chain breaks the fucking, or sorry, till the rock breaks the chain, or vice versa, and then you just get another rock, and eventually you're gonna pop that chain, and I've lived my life like that. I've made the assumption since I was a child that I might have to do that someday. So I just trained myself how to do it. I was like, well, how am I going to deal with handcuffs if they ever do that to me? And I'm like, well, if I can find a rock, I can find my way out of it. Yeah. Rock will beat metal if you bash on it all goddamn day. I know, because I bashed on chains until they broke. I've done it before. I bashed on chains with rocks until they broke. I've done that before. I don't know why. I don't remember why, but I've done it. I've done that before. Bike chain. Yeah. In order to crack the bike chain, in order for you to leave, or not the bike chain, but the if you want to crack like a bike lock that you have rusted or whatever that can't even open, you have to like get that open somehow, and maybe it's at school or something like that. So then you've got to go fucking like you got to crack that fucking metal. So what do? You get a rock and you start pounding on the motherfucking metal for like 2 hours until it pops it. Rock beats metal. Blunt trauma force beats metal. Most of it. Maybe not titanium and the stuff that they make handcuffs out of. It would be hard. I'm not saying it's easy. It would take hours and hours of you breaking your fucking hand and your fucking foot trying to get out of it. But you could get out of it. I've lived my life believing that those handcuffs couldn't stop me. You know, because all this state of emergency crap, I just believe that I'm hardcore Henry, and I'm not. It's just stupid that I believe that. I'm fucking not. I'm not hardcore Henry. I never have been. You know. How many cops has he killed? You're only supposed to kill pigs. You're not supposed to kill the civilians. Because they're like, you know, Trump's boys. They're ICE boys. This literally was like, go and fight ICE. Go and steal stuff in a fucking, like in a riot. You know, it was fucked up.
Now they're in
Saskatchewan. So she keeps asking, why do they keep sending money? Why do they follow her after she tortures them with dog shit and stuff like this and makes them retch and puke and use broken toilets for 6 months and stuff like this? Why don't they just leave, right? The answer is we've been conditioned by all of our media for many, many years to desire to do something crazy or be something crazy or be part of something crazy. So they'll sign up under these crazy cult leaders and do crazy things like child sex and shit, like the Branch Davidian cult, and we don't know why, but they just do. And I swear to God, it's because they think that they're some superhero in a fucking action film. They think that they're the Joker. They think that they're Batman.
It's a town.
Sometimes quite literally.
Kamsack. And
this wasn't good for us. We do need to change our media where we don't glorify wasting 50 guys, you know, and calling that fun or cool. I don't know, man. Like, I want to hear some strategy about it and a reason. Like Saving Private Ryan is a really good movie because there's a real reason for them to fight that half track in the French town and stuff. You know, that was a good movie because there is strategy and stuff behind it, and it traveled a lot of the theaters of the war and showed you all the different elements of it, and you know, and that's a good movie for that kind of thing.
They pull up with their RVs with her face and the flag and Queen.
I can't believe this.
Queen Romana, QR.
You're acting like fucking L. Ron Hubbard. What's going on?
And then the cars with the royal seal, and it's like this big caravan. It's like a whole ass thing. It's hard not to notice. And her followers, they start telling the locals, we're here to educate you, and we're going to make some changes around here. And then Queen Romana tells the mayor, I'm in charge now. And the mayor says, the fuck you are.
The fuck you are. This is my town.
From the nearby areas, the indigenous people pull up, and they're like, who the fuck are you? And she's like, I'm the new queen. And they're like,
no, you aren't.
Queen over here, and you damn sure aren't our chief. Get out. And so they band together.
And then the Native Americans fought her.
All these people start literally...
I love the internet, though. Despite how much damage the internet has done to me, I still fucking love it because of stories like this. There was so much good stuff in this. There was the QAnon versus pig brawl that was better than Trailer Park Boys. There was there was this. Oh my God.
Hitting her out of the town. There's like video footage of them yelling.
There's the Native Americans running her out of town. I think that's actually so fucking beautiful. They're like, we're Americans too, bitch. What? I swear to God, they probably are. They're like, what are you talking about? You aren't king of what? Motherfucker, you aren't king of this reservation. Suck my fucking Native American dick. Fuck off, you weirdy.
Piece of shit, the licks. Get going. Get going.
Y'all are fucking weird. Y'all are weird. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody rolls around in a posse in America like this without getting rolled. Y'all are fucking weird. Get out of America. Or was this Canada? I don't know. Wherever you are, like, no, Canada's no different, motherfucker. You can't be rolling around like 16 cars deep, like the fucking Bhagwan or whatever. Don't be doing shit like that in America in the modern age. You'll get fucking capped. Get out of here. The Native American squaws yelling at them. It's a Native American Karen, and she's yelling at them. I love Karens. They happen even in Native American cultures. It's women that really care. I like, my mom and I had a fight about Karen. She's like, you know, she's like, oh, I think of it as so negative, and I'm like, no, I think of care as just the word care with an N at the end, because I think caring is what they generally do. They care, even if they use the M word. It's still because they care. It's because they care. Like this Native American lady who's screaming at them at the top of her lungs, which is just hilarious. I love the internet, because I never would have ever seen stuff like this. I never would have seen stuff like this. Go home, freaks. Go. You don't have a home. You obviously don't have a home. You're rolling around in an RV. That's your home. That's probably what she's saying inside. She's like, I am home. She's like, I am home. Shut up. She keeps telling him, like, I am home. This is my home. Go home. But she's like, I don't have a home, right? She's looking for someplace. She's like a crazy, like, what's that one game? It's like, you know, I haven't actually done a review of One Crab's Treasure. And we should go look at One Crab's Treasure, because I heard that's actually really good. One Crab's Treasure, I think, yeah. So she's trying to do a One Crab's Treasure thing where she hermit crabs up and like steals their town. And if nobody stops her, because she's got like 15 crazy people in the town are all pussies and stuff, she does take over their town. Ah, what's happening here? What? Oh. My God, it's taking a long time to reload. My God, you're inaccurate. Ah. Dick. That was like the boss or whatever. I don't know. I don't think I want to play this game anymore, because it's requiring me to think too much. I'm getting tired. It was a long day. Walking in the sun at noon really takes it out of you. Well, I haven't been here. Or there. It's just loot rooms. Like, so will you guide me out of here? Why won't you guide me? It's like you don't even know where to go. It's like you, the developer, don't even know where to go. I don't know where to go. Do you know where to go? Why do you build like this? It's so dumb. Do you know where to go? I don't know where to go. It's so circuitous and dumb. I have no idea where to go here. This place is way, way, way more bigger than it needs to be. And you need to give me a guide marker so I can figure out where the boss is. It's fucking dumb. Like, show me where to go. Maybe I should just switch up or whatever. Switch up with different things to take me out of here. Yeah, just do that and show me out of here. Whoa. Oh, I thought you were aiming at me. No, take me out of here. You have to show me how to get out of here. No. You fucked me, Bethesda. You fucked me. I'm so deep in this place. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get out of here. Oh, God. Where am I? No. Let me out of here. Isn't this the end? I think it is the end. If you can go up, I think it's the end, right? I don't know. No, I don't think it is. This one sucks. I don't like this one. It's way too big. Oh, really? Just eliminate and do it. I am hoarse from singing. Jeez. So this is like a Rust type, Elden Ring type Souls game where you're like a crab and you go and you try and raid somebody else's house, essentially.
It's wonderfully ironic that the biggest breath of fresh air the Souls-like genre has received in years comes from an adventure that takes place entirely underwater. Where most dodge-rolling action games are drab, bloody, and edgelordian, Another Crab's Treasure is bursting with bright colors, cartoonish sea creatures, and silly humor. That extreme departure from
Can you find me, booty?
Vibes makes it stand out in an increasingly crowded space, even when it follows the formula extremely closely in every other regard. It suffers from overly simplistic combat, a general lack of
overly simplistic combat. That's not what I heard about this game. Go home, you fucking freaks. They're like laughing at them.
They ended up having to get a police escort to get them out of this town. While this is happening, there is a follower online who's watching this.
I love Nora Jasmine. I know that they all do these, and then I'm really just watching the internet, really. But it's still, I like Nora Jasmine. I think she's very good.
Is about 7 hours away, and he owns property 7 hours away, and he tells them, come over to me, I have land, you can come, nobody's gonna bother you. Where is this? This is in a town called Richmond, Saskatchewan. It's a tiny town. Population is about
Richmond?
400. So can you imagine when this huge caravan comes into this tiny town, the locals, everybody is hard.
They're like, are you going to steal the town from us? They're like, nah, you can't steal this town. Nope.
And this isn't just some people passing through. They see that they're turning and they're going into an abandoned school and they're parking in there. And as soon as they park and they get out, they're filming and following everyone because now they're on the defense because everywhere they go, they're being bullied and yelled at and told to leave. So now they pull up somewhere and they're the ones that are filming and telling people like, hey, and so these small townsfolk and stuff, they're freaked out. They're like, what is this? Come to find out, the guy
This is townsfolk.
School basically bought
you know, when you hear the word townsfolk, that you guys fucked up. You're fucking with the townsfolk. Don't ever fuck with townsfolk. Their lives are already shitty enough. They don't really need you fucking it up worse. Trust me. That's the whole thing about being a townsfolk. I've been a townsfolk my whole life. I don't need you to make my life worse by being weird. You know.
After the school shut down, and was going to turn it into a medical marijuana business, but he never actually did it. And he fell behind on his property taxes. And remember, marijuana is telling them you don't have to pay taxes. So, and he's also against all the COVID restrictions. So he became a follower of hers. And so
yeah, often they have tax issues. We learned why Kelly is Kelly. Often, like these weird, crazy Proud Boys, they all don't pay their taxes, and then they wake up one day, like 10 years later, and they get audited, and the government takes their house and shit, and their family leaves them because they don't have a house or money or a job anymore and stuff. So their wife leaves them inevitably and takes the kids because that's just how the system sort of works. That's just like what happens when you lose everything. So they get furious and they start blaming the loss of everything and the loss of their kids and their wife on like some fucking crazy person like QAnon or some crazy entity like the deep state or the CIA or whatever. And then they just go off from there. They just go from there. And it's always because they stopped paying taxes back in like 1996 or something like that. And they thought that was just going to ride and that they were just going to keep doing that until like no audit happens or whatever. But no, and then when the audit happens, it's always at the peak of their life because the government knows that they've got the most money. So the government waits. The government doesn't audit you when you're just a normal schmo. But when you start not paying taxes for years and you start to actually rack up like $1 million or $2 million, that's when they show up and they fucking audit you when you're at your best and you just married your wife or whatever and you just had 2 kids and it's just like you're at your best or whatever. And yeah, not paying taxes is all fun and games or whatever until they fucking spread you. It's the worst thing that can happen to you in this fucking country is like pissing off the IRS. Like way worse than like I would say even Sandy Hook. Like the worst thing that can happen to you in this country is if the IRS is pissed off at you. That's like really bad. They send people all the time to harass you and call you all day if they don't throw your ass and straight up in prison. If they just don't even like they'll just imprison you most of the time. So like Yeah, and are they do they do this often? No, but we understand that the QAnon isn't because they're supposedly like these adrenochrome pounding crazy rich people like the libtards say, like the libs of TikTok, right? It's because these guys, they refuse to pay taxes or inheritance tax, or they don't tell the government what they're doing with crypto coin and shit like this because they want to doomsday prep and they don't want the government like tracking what they do. God damn it, can I go any further in this? Wait, it is going so... No, it didn't go anywhere. It dead-ended. Why won't you let me out of this terrible place? It's so annoying. I'm not sure if I've even killed the boss either. I think it wants me to kill the boss. Which is so annoying.
Says, right, you are the queen. Why don't you come set up shop here? And she is also now soliciting donations for him, saying he needs money to pay his property taxes. And so her followers, whatever are left of them online, are going, I'm confused.
See, they all owe taxes. That like they decide that they're some sovereign state that isn't like they think that they're special. They're like unicorns, and they think that they're special and they don't have to pay taxes their whole fucking life like me. But no, what's that old idiom that even your father will fucking tell you? Death and taxes, they're the only two certain things. You can't get out of paying taxes. You just can't. You have to. So like. You know, so they think that if they just rebel against the government for some years that it's okay to not pay taxes. No, it's not. And then so the government ruins their lives, and then they have a beef with the government, and it is a legitimate beef. It sucks, but it's not like one that they didn't cause themselves, you know? Like one that they didn't like cause. Fuck, I can't find my way out of here. It's so circuitous and stupid. It's so dumb. I can't find my way out of here. It's driving me fucking crazy. You're so annoying. Where do I go? Where do I go in this stupid ass place?
And now you're trying to get us to give money to pay his taxes. We're paying our tax, not paying our taxes, not because we don't have the money. It's because you told us we don't have to. But now you're saying he needs to pay his tax. Which is it? So she's not making any sense.
Oh yeah, if the IRS is after you, you need to pay your taxes, yeah, or they're gonna imprison your fucking ass.
About her, looking her up and realizing everywhere she goes, she's getting kicked out, and so they try to do the same thing. They all get in their trucks and their cars, and they go to the school, and they're honking their horns with their signs. They're telling her, "Get out, get out, get out!"
Tractors, cars, and trucks circle the school where the group has been living.
The townsfolk rouse them again.
But this time, she's not getting out. Why? Because she has someone who owns.
Wait, I don't think I've been here.
Like they don't have to.
Wait, I might have found the way out. Yes, I found the way out.
They could. They've got a spot, and so they refuse. And then this is when the shit.
That's always wise.
There's another local who has beef. Okay.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
The people in charge, because there was some sort of thing that happened with the property.
There always is.
Part of it, the city, part of it was her property. And
here's another thing about moron townsfolk is they all think that they can fight City Hall. I thought I could fight City Hall, and I did, and I won. But I mean, like, you know, and I won, but most people don't. But the difference is they actually filed false charges against me. You know, they actually did that. So, like, it was easy for me to get those, dismissed because they weren't real. I have never harmed anybody in my whole fucking life, and this is the truth. I really have not. And they can't find anybody who says that I actually did. The person who said that there's only been one person who accused me of it, other than detectives and stuff who were trying to like protect themselves from assault charges and stuff like this. It is just insane. Like, but they did try to file 7 false assault charges on me, and when it goes to court, they drop it. It's crazy. They drop it every time. It's so weird. Sometimes it costs like $10,000 in lawyers. It's cute.
reimburse her for some type of repair, but they
So yeah, I got a real
didn't
legitimate
reimburse
complaint with them, and if I see a whole bunch of people roll up who are like, we don't have homes, and we don't really like the government, and we're like, we love each other, but we're not really like, you know, but we're not like really like a community, really, we have no place to go. I'd be like, well, who cares about this rundown abandoned schoolhouse in this crappy town? I don't care about that. That's what you guys want to do? Take this schoolhouse? And they're like, yeah. I'd be like, okay, cool, just take the fucking schoolhouse and don't bother me, I don't care.
her fully, only partially.
It's not my
She's upset
schoolhouse,
about
so
that.
I'm very willing to give it to you. It's never my schoolhouse, which is why I don't care. You know, I would care a lot more about this sort of stuff if I hadn't been fucked just like them, kind of. You know.
She started digging into their finances. She realized there was maybe some type of corruption going on with the money, small town politics, and
There always
remember, it's only a
is.
town of like around 100. So
That's
she's
a
trying to get
guarantee.
people to
It's a
vote
guarantee.
to get them out, and there's such a tight knit community
So
that she's not
one
getting
time, and I'm not proud of this, but my friend Jed Gallagher, he got together and mortgaged all of their father's houses in a 3-man bid to buy a historical site in South Park, Colorado, that they eyeballed for 5 years, and then convert it into a marijuana grow and form an independent business and become independently wealthy. And I helped him do all of it. I helped him convert the historical site. I stayed there. It was the last time that we had a lunar eclipse. Or not last time, but it was the time before we had a lunar eclipse. It was like when we were there. And I think it was like 2017 or something like that. And I'm very proud of this. But when finally, when we got it all done and we're going ready to like get the license and stuff, the fucking city hall thwarts them. And they're like, we don't know you. We don't like you. You aren't part of the ecosystem here. And they didn't say this at all. They didn't say it to him at all. They just threw him up. They just threw up the red tape. And they were like, you cannot move into this historical site. You cannot grow a marijuana grow here. We've got too many fucking out-of-towners coming in trying to grow marijuana here. And we do keep it inclusive, and we don't want people here coming from the outside, and if you were from here we wouldn't mind, but you know, you're not from here. That was the vibe that they kind of gave him. And so they were fucked. They had mortgaged all of their fucking houses to build that fucking business, which is what you do in America if you want to get above water. You know, if you want to be like independently wealthy, you mortgage your house and you use that as capital on a brand new business, and you try to build something, right? And that's the American dream. That's actually what it is, you know, and maybe not mortgaging the house, but definitely something like that, getting a loan and getting started. And we learned the hard way that, yeah, depending on where you pick, you're just going to get thwarted at City Hall no matter what you do. You can't fight City Hall. I learned the hard way, and this broke my friend's heart. He went through a terrible depression over it. It broke his heart.
the support she wants, that she feels awesome.
He's doing better now. But he went through hell just like I did. Like his drug was cocaine, mine was meth, and like, you know, and he went through fucking hell over that. I know he did. He couldn't stomach it. He was like, good old boys on the city council shut us down in the last moment. We were like 99% done. We were like ready to open the doors, basically. You know, we would have been done this time next year, and they just thwarted him. They were like, no, you can't have the license.
So now that there's 12 new...
I hate those people. I hate them. But I don't care. It wasn't my money. It wasn't my business. I don't live in South Park, Colorado. You know, South Park was kind of about inclusive, like townies being kind of like nervous of Denver people coming there. You know, South Park was kind of like that. And so I understand them. I understand that they don't want outsiders. I got it. So did my friend Jed. We got what they were after. We understood their side of it. You know, but it still hurt. You could have warned us. You know,
the people who are in town.
Yeah, I failed to open a dispensary one time. I spent like, I don't know, like 18 days of labor on it or something like that. But they were like, if you help us now, we'll give you a cushy job in the dispensary. And I was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll have, great. Yeah, and you'll never fire me if I show up drunk or whatever. And he's like, no. And I was like, okay, yeah, okay.
These people that she has beef with, they don't like her. It's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
So a reoccurring theme throughout all of my life is I would show up at work drunk, and I wouldn't get fired, but they would be mad. They'd be like, you can't show up to work drunk. And I'd be like, I am terribly sorry. I had this girl kidnap me last night at like 9:30 in the evening. We partied all goddamn night till like 3:15 in the fucking morning. And then we got home. We fucked for like 5 hours. And then like I finally got to sleep at 11 a.m. It's 1 in the afternoon. I got an hour and 45 minutes sleep. I like got a cab here because I couldn't DUI. And I'm sorry. Would you prefer that I just didn't show, and they're like, no, we want you to work the shift, but I mean, like, you know, but you shouldn't have fucking partied for 17 hours right before the shift. And I was like, I'm sorry, I went out to go with my friends to get a beer. I didn't know it was going to be a 17-hour fucking party. But that's what happens when you're like the king of your fucking circle, and you're like running a fucking social commune of like biker kids and shit. You don't know what's going to happen. And so I struggle keeping jobs all of my goddamn life because I just always put my social life above my work, because I work to live, not live to work, you know?
He has this extra property.
And they were never paying us more than $10 an hour anyways, so fuck them. You know? Wait, what happened there? Come back.
That she wants to put all 12 of Dedulo and her cult members.
I'm scared I'm going to miss something really comedic, like in terms of imagery, so I have the video up. Go.
Which will then allow them to vote, so that they could sway the vote, because when there's only...
And this is how you can steal a town. If you can bring enough people into the town, this is how you steal a town, and you can do it. You can bring, like, say a group of like 200 people to a small town, move them all in, get them established there for a couple of years, and I know because like cult leaders do this all the time, and then you just take over the city council, and you're the majority, so the locals can't stop you because you have the vote, right? They literally cannot stop you. You come in and you legally steal their town by taking over their city council. Cult leaders try to do this all the time, and they succeed too. There's a wonderful fucking documentary on Netflix called Wild Wild Country, which is about the Bhagwan coming to Oregon and trying to steal a town, essentially, and what they did to stop him. Essentially, they had to like bring in the governor and all this. It was actually a really funny story. But all they're trying to do is teach people how to meditate. That's it. So they take it so personally. They go to war with the pigs because they believe that they're there just to teach people how to chant and pray and do transcendental meditation and stuff. And often they are sex cults too. The Bhagwan was also a sex cult because he's working tantra and yoga all day and all this stuff, and all the young girlies of the fucking commune want to sleep with him because he's like their spiritual leader and all this. So it ends up being a sex cult almost always. You can't actually really almost stop that. It fucking sucks.
People time out.
It's so, yeah, it's just funny. And so the Bhagwan came to the small town. I can't even remember what the name of the town was, but it was hilarious. And they just went to war with him for 5 years. Eventually, they were just flying helicopters across the top of his land and threatening to drop bombs on him and shit like this. They were like, you can't come in and steal our town. And he was like, yes, I can. That's America. I can come in and have my people vote for me. And if I run for city council and they vote for me, I could take over your town. And it is true. It is very, very true. If you really want to have power in America, bring all your friends somewhere at the same time and have them do something for you. And that's how you become a politician in America. You say, I don't like this mall downtown doesn't have a Walmart, so we're gonna go shut down this mall downtown. So you get 200 people together, you have them vote for you in the city council in a podunk town where, you know, 50 people vote, and then suddenly you're city council, and then you can tell them whether or not they have a Walmart or not. It's kind of insane. And that's how the city council works. That's what it is. I want to do it myself. I want to go. I was thinking about political science, and I was thinking about going back to school and get a major in political science and World War II history, or I guess Holocaust history.
So now they own land there. They've got 2 compounds, basically 2 properties that they're in charge of, and the people in the town are freaking out. They feel like, is she taking over? Additionally, she does a royal decree. Like in this decree that Romana put, she said, okay, be well assured that failure to cease and desist immediately from your Rothschild CCP-based communistic, unfair, demoralizing, and immoral activities and behavior will serve it.
Wait. So hold on, we got to read this because I kind of missed it here. Be well assured the failure to cease and desist immediately from your Rothschild CCP-based communistic, unfair, demoralizing, and immoral activities and behaviors while serving the WTP and before the WTP under the present natural law will surely bring forth judgment upon yourselves, and if found guilty of crimes against humanity or treason, you will face publicly broadcast executions upon yourselves and undeserved devastation upon your children, grandchildren, and families. Before grandchildren, she goes out of the way to say grandchildren. She's like, I'm gonna hang your grandchildren for this. Jesus Christ. Be forewarned and be prepared. WTP now are watching you with open eyes. The curtain is drawn. It's totally up to you. Your future is in your hands.
We the people, and before the we the people, under the present natural law, will surely bring forth judgment upon yourselves, and if found guilty
This
of
fucking
crimes
moron.
against humanity or treason,
You know who she
will
reminds me
face
of? She reminds me of the lady, bank robber lady. They all have these problems. They like lord it over a bunch of loser, waspy 50-year-old men who don't have any friends or money or anything. So they just get to boss these waspy losers around, like 10 or 15 of them or something like this. And they become like these cult queens, and then they tell them to do something crazy like rob a bank, and then they produce these crazy schemes and they write these crazy manifestos and shit, and then they find it later and they throw these people in jail for like 50 years.
Publicly broadcast executions upon yourselves and undeserved devastation upon your children, grandchildren, and families. Be forewarned and prepared.
You really got to bring their grandchildren into you stealing a town. What do their grandchildren have to do with you trying to steal a town? Or like steal, at least like move into a town for free and just live there.
People now are watching you with open eyes.
Towns are totally fine if you move in like a normal person and you pay rent, you take a job, they don't care. But if you show up in a fucking Winnebago like you're running a meth lab like fucking Breaking Bad with your weird cult homies, and you don't explain why you're there, and you don't pay anything or buy anything, and you start monitoring everybody with cell phones and threatening people, yeah, they're gonna call you a cult and they're gonna freak out and they're gonna be like, no, a cult's trying to move here, we gotta stop this.
Curtain is drawn. Your future is in your hands. And so
they don't want a cult there. They're scared of cults. They've been hearing all their lives about how bad cults are.
Were pissed. The townspeople were like, oh, hell no. So they end up having this town hall meeting. Well, before that,
we're getting more cults too, not less. We're getting more.
This freaking assault that happens where a neighbor approaches the school, and the owner of the property who invited Romana there, they get into a fight, and then that guy's charged with assault and arrested.
He was charged with assault last October, but he's now an esteemed member of the group referred to as His Excellency.
Questions for you, Your Excellency.
Mans and a small group of Richmond residents are Didalo supporters.
And then they have the mayor's like, okay, we need to like figure this shit out. They have a town hall meeting, and it is heated, contentious. People are pissed. It's crazy.
Sitting by himself right at the front, resident Rick Mans, who invited the fake queen to town.
Are there death threats? There's several out there. Lots of them. Probably 25 people, I think, on the list.
It is very traumatizing to receive that. Oh, that is not normal.
I've had to see my family, their mental health go down the frickin' drain. Kids don't feel safe.
Aww.
I don't feel safe.
And people are getting hurt here on both sides.
No, I'm not. But if I can
People like you supporting
You are so
The
rude.
leader of the pack, or sorry, His Excellency for brains.
See, there's America. You can't fuck with Americans, right? There's a lady owning you in public. An American lady.
Yeah, you know, she wrote
I
that.
like her.
Have
She's
brains.
ah.
The leader of the pack, or sorry, His Excellency for brains.
His Excellency shit for brains.
So the police are basically like, yeah, you know, she wrote that, but we can't really like say that she's going to do anything or enforce it. So they kind of don't do anything about it.
They certainly have a right to live and reside in that community, and there's nothing that the RCMP can do to prohibit that.
The people are really pissed. They're like, what the hell? They're threatening to kill us. Like, what's going on? And so then they're like, okay, we need to find something on them. So the townspeople start obsessively watching the live streams that they're filming inside, looking for something that they can like
The townspeople start live streaming
them. And they end up finding a heater that was propped on top of like a propane tank, which was a fire code violation. So they end up calling and reporting it.
Smart.
Like the fire chief.
Yeah, you can't fight City Hall. If you give City Hall a reason, they'll come in there and they'll bust all of you and drag you out of there.
Mayor and the building inspector and like the officers, like a bunch of people show up, but they won't let them in. They won't
It's like South Park.
let them in, but then also they got spooked, so they fled. Where did they go? They end up going to a nearby farm that's owned by the previous mayor. before the current mayor. This is some small town ass shit, right? And that previous mayor, the
Yep.
reason why he let them come over is because he felt like it wasn't cool to just kick them out and try to get them out because they're different, or from
Small towns have ecosystems that are very fragile. You can't just come in there with your fucking out of town ass, you know.
outsiders. Like he kind of wasn't as harsh against them. Like, let them be the cult they want to be. And so
That is so how my town is. Like, my town is like a beautiful little secret, and and the people don't want the other people to know, and everybody's glib and really quiet about it, and they're like, don't tell anybody.
Then it became this thing where the townspeople were mad at him and whatever.
Because there's like no problems
But
here.
they thought,
Like,
okay, well, they're
there's
at this
barely any homeless here. There's barely any problems here. The people don't truck. The cops don't truck with it. It's just kind of weird. It's like a beautiful small town, like how it used to be from like 75 years ago.
Fine. But then a few months later, they come back, and they're back again at the school. They're back doing the live stream, and apparently they're still there. And she is no longer Queen of Canada, though. She is the Queen of the world. And that's her story. So thank you guys so
It
much
was
for
good.
watching. I hope you enjoyed it.
I want more. Give me more. We watched that one. Shit, just give me Nora
I call him a
Jasmine.
jellyfish.
I'm gonna watch everything Nora Jasmine's ever done. I call him a jellyfish.
The jellyfish, you can't pick it up. There's no spine to it, but it has long tentacles and it can sting you.
There's no part of my life that he hasn't ruined.
Oh my god.
Every day you were beaten.
Every day in Florida, every day in Nebraska, every day in Rhode Island.
Every day, Nicholas.
I shoot every day.
I nearly died.
Nicholas Alldayerrydaybaby, he's passed away from a long battle with cancer, leaving his wife and 2 children.
Nick's not dead. Nick wrote his own obituary.
I am not Nicholas Alldayerrydaybaby.
Look how crazy he is.
No,
He's totally crazy. He's totally crazy. He has no ailments whatsoever. He looks completely healthy to me.
So I have to hold his full weight. What you see?
He looks like an invalid in a wheelchair. He breathes through an oxygen mask. Prosecutors say it's all an act.
I can't breathe. I can't walk. People say that's not. Let me try to stand up. Let me try to stand up. Exactly.
How did you get this slave?
36-year-old Nicholas Rossi even tried
You're crazy, so you use the crazy to enslave a slave who just, like, fucking carries you around on her back all day. How the fuck did you do this? How did you get a woman to become your slave? It seems insane.
to speak with a fake English accent.
Objection, my lady. That is complete airside.
Sometimes he arrived to
Oh my
court
god,
in
you fucking
pajamas.
moron.
Fingerprints match. How can you possibly claim not to be Nicholas Rossi?
Rossi later claimed he had woken from a coma to find his arms had been tattooed.
They have DNA samples.
What?
The name. Thank you for pointing at that.
A story so bizarre it felt like a film script.
I'm going to start dispensing my own form of justice.
There's another line. I'm gonna rip off Tom York from Radiohead, and every time that there's a funny line on one of these videos, I'm gonna write it down, and I'm gonna make songs out of these crazy things that they say. Like there's these hilarious lines that make you laugh. Like listen to it.
The name. Thank you for pointing at that.
A story so bizarre it felt like a film script.
I'm going to start.
A story so bizarre, it felt like a film script. I love that turn of phrase. Yeah, man, I'm on fire.
Dispensing my own form of justice.
Ooh, pretty.
Well, that's what a plot twist sounds like in a courtroom.
Is the game up for you?
The game has just started. The game is afoot.
The game is afoot.
Hi guys. Today voice cracking.
Why am
already.
I not in
Just
the
recovering
game?
From an illness. Today I want to talk about a guy. Okay, he has many names. He was born Nicholas Alldayerrydaybaby, then he became Nicholas Rossi, He has like 16 aliases and like 20 plus victims, allegedly. And he goes currently by Arthur Knight. This case is unhinged. It's the thing about it is it's actually hilarious.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I could do about my eyebrows.
Except for the fact that what he did is actually really, really bad.
Convictions for sex offenses.
Wait.
It's the thing about it is it's actually hilarious.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I could do about my eyebrows.
I don't know what we could do about your eyebrows either. What do your eyebrows have to do with anything, buddy? Real crazy, aren't you? Real crazy. Just already talking about your eyebrows. I've noticed crazy people shave their eyebrows a lot for some reason.
Except for the fact that what he did is actually really, really bad.
Convictions for sex offenses in Ohio and Utah.
He has no remorse. He's a monster.
If it wasn't for what he did, like, this would be pure comedy. This is why I have this on. Because it is, if what he's saying is true, this is a grand conspiracy. The DNA is, something's happening with it, and they're out to get him, and the government. For someone who's feeling under the weather, I'm very over the edge. This guy's own family, they refer to him as demons.
He was the devil's spawn.
There is this video that I found where he's leaving the courthouse and he's in a wheelchair and his wife is pushing him into Stargate. And there's an oxygen mask that's also on the side of them. And some kind of altercation happens.
Wait.
Oxygen mask that's also on the side of them. And some kind of altercation happens. In the course of this, she almost loses control of the wheelchair. This is so messed up.
Approaching Stargate.
You have a lot today, sir.
His oxygen mask gets disconnected, but he doesn't know that. So even when he's hooked up on oxygen, he's like, I get, but he talks like that, right? Then there's this reporter that he has beef with, okay? And she's got a microphone in his face, and she's like telling him, and he's like yelling.
Your oxygen mask is connected. I'm going into your mask.
Would all of you like to see a video of this woman changing slowly, assaulting and abusing me in my own home in front of Greg Johnson? I need oxygen. I can't breathe. No one got on any oxygen.
Can you leave your arm, please? I can get to it.
This woman assaulted me in my own home.
He's like playing with fire because he knows that they don't know if he's actually dying or not, and they can face a real bad charge if they don't help him. And it's funny, and this is how he turns people into slaves. It's actually fucked up.
Autopilot
It's
jumping.
fucked up.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Which I will provide.
How did you get this slave? It's money, isn't it?
It's on video and audio recorded.
This is like this woman's the worst day of her life.
Let me just get into it. His parents, at the time that they got married, Jack was 10 years older than Diana, who was 21 at the time. And they're from Rhode Island. Jack and Diana, they fought a lot because Jack, he was kind of a deadbeat in the sense that he didn't work, he drank a lot,
Docking
just
permission
yell at her and
requested.
stuff.
Docking
And
permission
she was the
requested.
one who
Docking
worked.
request accepted.
After they got married, a few years later, she got pregnant with her first child, who is going to be
Autopilot
born
disabled.
and named
Waypoint
Nicholas Alldayerrydaybaby. It's the guy we're talking about. Okay, he was born in 1987. After Nick was born, Jack, he didn't get much better. It's not like all of a sudden he's like, okay, I'm gonna be like part of his life and take care of him. No, he was still a deadbeat. Couldn't hold down a job. So the mom was working all the time. She was waiting tables, and they were not able to make ends meet, and so they moved around a lot, and it was very turbulent when Nick was growing up. Despite all of this, Diana gets pregnant again in 1989 with Nicholas's brother, who is Joseph. When Joseph was just 6 months old, Diana filed for divorce. But the gag is, she was pregnant with her third child, a daughter. Her name was Deandra. And so now she is divorced. She has 3 kids, and she was already struggling, and now she's going to struggle even more. During this time after the divorce, Diana was keeping in touch with family members, even from Jack's side. But then, when Nick was 7, everyone says she just like dropped off the face of the earth. They could not reach her. They didn't know where she was or anything. It turns out that at this time, Nick was having major behavioral problems, right? He's around 7 years old. He's basically like hitting his siblings, hitting his mom, getting in trouble in school, yelling and screaming. He's like unruly, all this stuff. This is around the time that she meets her second husband. Okay, his name is David Rossi. Remember earlier when I said Nicholas Alldayerrydaybaby, aka Nicholas Rossi? Okay, that's where the Rossi comes from. This man's gonna eventually be his stepfather. This guy, David Rossi, he's actually an impersonator of a singer who was popular at the time. This is in the 90s, whose name was Engelbert Humperdinck.
Oh, yeah.
What a name. When David Rossi was impersonating Engelbert Humperdinck at a bar that Diana waited tables at, she caught his eye. He thought she was beautiful. He went up to her and started talking to her, and she basically tells him, like, I'm not interested. I have these 3 kids, and they're a handful. Like, I can't even take them anywhere. I can't even take them to the park. And so, like, I can't get into anything right now. My plate is full. But he's insisting and everything, and so she decides, okay, she starts dating him. But she won't let him meet her kids. And he's like, what do you mean you won't let me meet them? She's like, no, they're really bad. Like, I basically have them on medication, and I keep them at the house. Like I told you, I can't take them even to the park. They're crazy. So eventually, as time passes, he convinces her to bring the kids over to his apartment. And he says that they were, quote, like terrorists, okay? He was like, they were wild animals running around. And that Nick was especially crazy, violent, aggressive, all the stuff I told you earlier. Hitting, yelling, screaming. And that he just always wanted it to go his way. They're watching TV, he's controlling what they should watch. They're in public, he's cutting the line, and he's like, fuck you, we're first. Like, crazy shit. David still loved Diana. So he's like wanting to continue being with her. And he's talking about marriage and stuff. And she's like, listen, if we're going to move forward and we're going to get married, you need to adopt my kids. And he's like, I don't want to do that. She's like, all right, well, basically ultimatum. Adopt the kids or that's it. On May 25th, 1996, David
Why can't I get this scope on other guns?
The kids, and they're supposed to be a happy family, except as you can imagine, they're not. And according to David, it just kept getting worse with Nick. He's getting in more and more trouble in school. He's still hitting
Wait,
his
that guy
siblings, his
slept?
mom. He's now even hitting the grandmother. And then when David tries to like
why is he
overpower
slept?
him, like hold him down, try to get him to snap out of it, he like spits in David's face, like crazy shit. So they end up putting him in a hospital, like to get a mental evaluation to figure out what's wrong with this kid. It's then that he gets diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, ADHD, and some other things as well, but basically all behavioral issues. When Nicholas was 12 years old, there was this incident that happened between him and David, and this really was kind of a turning point. Basically, David and the kids, they're gonna go to Disneyland, and on the way there, they stop, and Diana, the mom, she is gonna go into a store. David tells Nick to wait in the car with him and the other kids while she goes to the store. Nick doesn't want to do that. He's like, no, I'm going to the store with my mom. Fuck you, you're not going to live that. I don't know, he didn't say that part. Maybe he did, but that's not what David said. What David said happened is that he then started hitting the mom. Like, as the mom is trying to go to the store, he's like hitting her. So David said he lost it. And I want to read you the quote of what David said. Okay, it says, one day during the trip to Disney World in Florida, I just lost it. God forgive me. He starts punching her and I lost it. I couldn't take it no more. I mean, I broke his nose. I couldn't stop. All the years built up. So what does Nick do? He runs off, goes into a store, and he's all bloody and messed up. They're like, what's wrong? And he's like, my dad beat me up. So they call the cops and David gets arrested. Well, once he's out on bail and then he has his hearing, he tells the judge with all the documentation of like the problems that Nick is having in school and the reports of him hitting people and him being in the hospital and the diagnosis that he had. Like, basically this kid has a track record of doing this. Charges get dropped. But the relationship with Nick and the family and stuff, it's worse now because like that happened. They put Nick into this like program for troubled youth. Well, Nick was at this program and then it was just before Christmas, and so he was allowed to leave this program to go spend Christmas with his family. Well, that was so bad and they were having such a hard time with him that just a couple days after New Year's, they ended up sending him to a youth shelter. This is happening in the year 2000, where he's in this youth shelter. Now, keep in mind, in the year 2001, his father, the biological father, remember I told you, Jack Alldayerrydaybaby, his ex-girlfriend, she took out a restraining order on him because he's already abusive and doing crazy stuff, and he's like got a rap sheet now for fraud, and stealing and scamming and all this stuff, right? Apple doesn't fall far. He like comes over, violates the restraining order, goes to the ex-girlfriend's house. She's beats her up essentially. She's running all bloodied to the neighbor asking for help. He grabs her by her hair, drags her in front of the neighbor. They call the cops, of course. The cops come, arrest him. Now back to Nick. Okay, he is now 13 years old. He's at this youth shelter and he's telling people at the shelter that the reason why he's there, nice voice crack. The reason why he's there is because his parents are alcoholics and they couldn't take care of him, and like that's how he's there. The thing about it is he's not lying in the sense that it does seem that his parents did have issues with drinking according to other people, but he kind of omits the part where he's at fault. Now here's where a major thing happens in Nick's story, which is in 2002 he gets put into DCYF, which is the Department of Children, Youth, Families.
Oh my God.
This program actually would end up getting shut down, and it is in this program for troubled kids where he claims like some of the most messed up things happened to him. He was abused every way you could imagine, he said.
And I was subjected to torture,
Autopilot
beatings,
engaged.
assault in various forms. I was refused to contact anybody at all.
When Nick is 14 and still in this program, though, he manages to get this position at the House of Representatives in Rhode Island, and he is, working with politicians.
How is that right? You didn't say when I went to the planet?
This is what's happening in DCYF.
No.
Using the kids, like there needs to be some reform in child welfare. The system is broken. I mean, it was to the point where I found interviews of him talking to media and politicians about this issue.
Every day you were beaten.
Every day in Florida, every day in Nebraska, every day in Rhode Island.
Every day, Nicholas.
I shoot every day.
The injuries, including bruises and sprains, are recorded in these medical documents. And Alldayerrydaybaby tells us lawmakers also noticed the wounds.
I chose to fight for the rights of myself as a kid in DCYF care and fight for the rights of those who were actually beating me up.
But behind the scenes, things were not good. Why? Because he would talk to these politicians and ask them for help. He would beg them, please adopt me, please take me. Sorry, if there's an ambulance, you can hear it. The problem is that Nick, he would go to these representatives and politicians and stuff, and he would tell them, please, basically, help me, save me, get me out of this situation. And there was even one politician, his name is Brian Coogan. He actually felt sorry for Nick and was going to adopt him. But he says that when he went and applied to do the whole process, the judge actually took him aside. And this is a judge who was familiar with Nick and his history and the case and everything. Basically told him not to adopt Nick.
And I went out to the judge, and he said to me, he goes, see this file right here? He had a file on there. So all the times that he was telling you and the other reps at the stand, say he was being abused, cuts and bruises, those were all self-inflicted.
The judge basically pulled Brian aside and said to him, don't adopt him. He will destroy your life. Okay? So this Brian guy, he actually backs out. Because the thing is, they were inklings. They would call Nick brilliant but dangerous. Because what would happen is, he would start with the whole advocacy reform thing, and then he would like ask for money. They would feel bad for him. They would give him some money, and then he would ask for more money, and then eventually they would get to a point where they would feel like he was using them or manipulating them, and they would say no. And when you say no to Nick, you're gonna see this theme. He just lashes out. You can't say no to this guy, all right? Or else he's gonna try to destroy you. So when this Brian Coogan was going to adopt him, kind of led him on, made him think he was. They go through all this process and he backs out. That's when Nick turned on him. He says, once you turn your back on that kid, he will torch you. He was so good with computers, he once said, I could destroy your life right from my bedroom. He knew how to manipulate people. The kid swindled a lot of people. He got certain state reps to give him money, and sometimes he threatened them. He knew how to play the you touched me card. He'd say, I'll tell people you R-worded me, you assaulted me. Now he's getting older though. He's about to like what they call age out. A foster family takes him in as an adult. He's 18 going on 19. They take him in anyway, and they basically are like gonna help him get on his feet and become an adult and go out into the world. They try to get him into colleges. They try to get him into the Navy. He wanted to go to the Navy, but then he quote washed out in less than a month, and they kept trying. Eventually, he gets accepted into a community college in Ohio called St. Clair Community College. Okay, and this is where he commits his first crime as an adult. In 2008, two separate students accused Nick of almost the same exact thing, where what happened was they were students, female students, and he would corner them in a stairwell, and then he would like pin them to the wall with one hand and expose himself and start masturbating with the other. And when they would struggle and stuff, he would yell at them. Like the first time he did it, the girl said he told her, don't be a bitch, I'm almost done. And then he very quickly jumped and left. And she was stuck. And then she had a class. And she just goes to the class like a zombie, and she's in shock. While she's in the class, she's thinking, oh my God, what just happened? I'm gonna go report this. She walks out of class, and guess who's there? Nick, of course. He's there, and you know what he tells her? He's like, I'm so sorry, don't tell anyone. I couldn't help myself because you're so beautiful. You're so beautiful. It was like I couldn't control myself. And she was like, okay. She still goes to the police. She's like, this and this happened. They file a report. Investigation gets open. She goes to the hospital. She does a kit, R-word kit. And that case is now under investigation. That same year, the same thing happens with another girl. She does the same thing. Corners her, exposes himself. She's struggling. He's relieving himself on her, not in the urine way. Then the same thing. Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't help it. You're so beautiful. Like as if the flattery is going to make this all okay. Like that would work on him because he's a narcissist. So that first case, okay, that ends up going to trial and stuff, and Nick is found guilty. And he is now a sex offender. He has to register as a sex offender. He's like 19 years old, still a teenager, and he's already a sex offender. And he campaigned against that just a couple years before and was threatening to make other people sex offenders. September of 2008, after those two incidents, he leaves Ohio. Okay, where does he go? He goes to Utah. What does he do? Something even worse. He goes to Utah now, trying to get away from all that, and he has a girlfriend. And he ends up R-wording her. What happened? what she was actually his ex-girlfriend, because she said that he was progressively getting rougher and rougher in bed.
I like this place. It's awesome.
And on top of that, he was like asked her for this money, which she gave him, and he told her he was going to pay her back. And then when she asked him to pay her back, he refused and started getting rough with her. Like, it was all happening at the same time, right? Like, kind of almost like intimidating her. And so she breaks up with him. And so he is like kind of obsessively following her and monitoring her, and comes up with this plan to text her and tell her, I have the money, I'm going to pay you back, like, meet me in my apartment, I'm going to give you the money back. Well, it was a trap. She gets there, and oh my gosh, and then he tells her it's her fault. He's like, you're mentally unstable, like, this is all your fault, like, this had to happen because you're crazy. He's like, you're too emotional, so like, not my problem. So she's trying to run away, and he blocks the door. He has his phone on him though, and during this struggle he gets a text message which distracts him for a second, and in that second he's distracted, she manages to get past him, runs out, and she goes to police, and she also files a report. She does the kit, goes to the hospital, all of that, files a report. And so now he, in 1 year, he has 3 cases against him from girls that he SA'd. So now he's like, okay, I gotta leave Utah. Where does he go? He goes back to Rhode Island. It's 2009 now. Nick is talking to this girl online, and they end up dating. She ends up breaking up with him because she's like, he has a bad temper, something isn't right. She ends up having to get a restraining order against him because he won't leave her alone. Harassing her, stalking her, calling her, texting her. Like one of those. He's like, okay, let me terrorize another woman. Okay, that was at the end of 2009. Well, less than a year later, July 2010, another situation. And there's like a lot. Like, you're gonna need to brace yourself. Now, this case is unbelievable. So, July 2010, same MO. He meets the girl online, they're talking for weeks, and they decide to meet up. She's like into art, and he tells her he's an artist and he has an art studio. So after this date, he asks her, do you want to see my art in my art studio? And she's like, okay. Well, it turns out it's his apartment. She's also getting major red flags because he turns the cable off, like the cable box which had the time displayed. He turns that off, so now she can't tell what time it is. She's like looking for her phone, she can't find her phone. She's like, did he hide my phone? Like, what's happening? All the alarm bells are ringing. So she is now wanting to leave, okay? He doesn't want her to. He's like, just sit on my lap. Don't go, just sit on my lap. He's like, just kiss me, just kiss me. She's like, she starts to get like physically ill. Like, it's dawning on her what's going on, and she tries to leave. As she's trying to get out the door, he blocks her. Okay, common theme you'll see. As he's blocking her and she's trying to leave, he's saying crazy shit. He's like, I'm gonna kill myself. Like, I'm gonna take a knife and I'm gonna kill myself. Don't leave, please don't leave. And so she says she just like started screaming and yelling at the top of her lungs, like, give me my phone back, let me leave. Like, she just like went crazy, and it shocked him. And so he ends up giving her the phone back as he was letting her go. He's like, I love you, I want to pay for your college degree, I love you so much, I love you, baby. And then he's also like, I'm gonna kill myself. After she files that report, police go to him, and he tells them, he's like, I have depression, I'm sorry. They end up taking him for a medical evaluation. You think it's over? Oh, honey, it didn't even begin. So this is the next thing that happened. 3 months after this incident that I just told you about, Nick gets married. He finds someone that's willing to marry him. November 5th, 2010 is when he got married to his first wife. A week after their wedding, the cops were called because he was violent with her, and it was so loud that people could hear it. So this is what happened. So they're at the apartment, and before the cops were called, they had friends over. Their friends have a child. The child was crying. You know, that's what children do sometimes. And so when the friends and the kid left, he's somehow blaming his wife for the kid crying. He's yelling at her. Cops are called because of this commotion. When the cops show up, before they even knock on the door of their apartment, they can hear screaming and crying. They knock on the door, and his wife answers the door. She has red marks on her face. Her eyes already starting to swell. She has like grip marks on her neck, around her wrist, grip marks. While she is like answering the door and the police are asking questions, Nick is right there and he's like, please, let's talk this through. I'm sorry, let's talk it out. Okay? He knows what's gonna happen. Okay? After all this, they're like, we're gonna arrest you. They're like, sir, you're under arrest. He's like, no. He's like refusing to have the cuffs put on. He's like, I can't go back to jail. I didn't do anything wrong. And they end up having to carry him out of his apartment, put him in the back of the cop car. In the back of the cop car, he loses it. Screaming, yelling, banging his head on the bars, that separate the person. Go. So much. He's banging his head against the bars that separate the cop from the person getting arrested. And it got so bad they had to basically pepper spray him to get him to stop. In this case, Nick ended up pleading no contest to domestic assault, and he only got probation. Okay?
What?
So he sticks around in Rhode Island because, I have just a restraining order and probation? That's nothing. In Utah and in Ohio, he's got serious charges. So he's like, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, right? And so he does. Just 2 months after this incident, okay? Another one. 2 days after Christmas, a woman walks into a police station and she wants to file a report against Nicholas Alldayerrydaybaby. She says, okay, same story, different day. We met online, we were talking for weeks, seemed good, decided to meet for a date, and it went all the way left. She says basically after the date, they went back to his apartment. He was asking her repeatedly and also attempting to sleep with her. And she was saying, no. And it got to the point where she's like, okay, I'm going to leave now. And he doesn't like that. We know this. So again, he tries to block her from leaving at the door. Once she saw that he was trying to block her from leaving and was basically in a rage, she called 911. He saw that and he grabbed the phone from her and wouldn't give it back. He's now screaming, you want your phone back? Give me my money back. I want the $200 I spent on the dinner. I want the money back, right?
What?
So she's like, fine, I'll give you the money. So now he's got her in the car with him and he's still has her phone. When she gets the money for the date, he's going to give her the phone back, okay? So he drives her to this ATM late at night. She pulls out $200. He's standing over her. She feels like she has no choice but to do this. He drives her then back to the apartment, and before he gives her her phone and lets her go, he makes her sign this document that he wrote while he's filming her, and the document is insane. The document says that she is not going to pursue legal action and not to the apartment. And the document says that she is not going to pursue legal action against him, that she is giving him this $200 for therapy because she's a violent sex addict, that he is treating her for that. And so he's filming her. She's signing it. She's like, oh my God, I just need to get out of here. And then once that's all done, he lets her go. She immediately goes to the police station. She's afraid. She doesn't think she can actually file charges on him because of that document. So she's like, I don't want to press charges, but I want to file a police report. This is what happened. So that happened 2 days after Christmas, 2010. Now it's February 2011, just a few months later, and major things happen here. Remember that first case in 2008 in college when he cornered that girl in the stairwell and all of that? Okay, you know how he was found guilty and he had to register as a sex offender? Well, he actually asked for a new trial based on, quote, newly discovered evidence, which was a MySpace post that he submitted to the court. And in this post, it was the victim basically saying, I lied, I cheated on my boyfriend with Nick. I didn't want to be exposed for that. So I lied and said that he forced himself on me. But it was all a lie. Well, the prosecution, they end up taking this evidence and they get this forensic computer person from the FBI to go over it and testify, and they're basically it's fake. They're first of all, it's been copy and pasted, you can see that. And second of all, the date and day of the week that's on this post, it's not correct. It's incongruent. you know, let's randomly, like, let's say January 1st, 2011 was not a Tuesday. And they were like, a computer would not make this mistake. That stuff is pre-programmed. A human who is typing this up would. So in addition to the fact that we can tell that he faked it, like, there's also this mistake. So they're like, all right, they're not getting a new trial. Like, no. But what also happened in 2011 is that Nick ends up suing DCYF.
Can't confiscate.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Watch. 3 weeks after recording this confrontation with a courthouse sheriff's deputy, Nicholas Alldayerrydaybaby returned to court for a restraining order tied to his battle with the DCYF.
No, you're not.
On Monday, he claims, a misunderstanding over what was recorded provoked the deputy.
He pinned me against the wall. He pushed me. He shoved me.
Can't confiscate.
He punched me at one point.
Now he's behind 3 bills that are endorsed by several lawmakers. One would overhaul DCYF.
Most of the social workers that I know mean well, but they are not given the resources, they are not given the time, they don't have the abilities to do what they need to do to get their job done.
He doesn't just sue them, though. He sues the state of Nebraska and the state of Ohio.
What?
He sues, like, the courthouse, the judge, like, a bunch of politicians. Like, I think it was, like, almost 20 people he sued. Sorry, did I say state of Ohio? State of Florida and state of Nebraska. He sued them. Also, he sued the governor of Rhode Island. And who else did he sue? A judge. Like I said, almost 20 people he sued. Also, he created this group. It's called Nexus Government, and it's basically like this group to lobby politicians for child welfare. And through this group, he is still going to politicians in the area, and he's like telling them about what happened to him, suing them for what they did to me, and he's still keeping that going. They don't know that he's being accused of all these things. They don't know. They think he's just this kid who grew up in the system and the system screwed him over, and now he's trying to get justice, right? 2 months after he sues DCYF, another woman walks into a police station and wants to file a report against Nicholas Alldayerrydaybaby. Remember his wife, the one who he attacked a week after their wedding and all of that? Okay, well, she got a restraining order against him. Well, he had violated the order. She had proof that he violated the order, and so an arrest warrant was issued for him. He gets arrested, he does whatever time he has to do. It's not like a crazy amount of time, and he gets out. Now, when he gets out, okay, it is now 2013. This is when Nicholas files another lawsuit, right? He has already sued DCYF. You know who he sues now? Sinclair Community College in Ohio. That's the college where he had 2 incidents, where there was a case against him. Not just the school in Ohio, but also the court that didn't give him a new trial. Like, all the employees in the court, the judge, everyone there being like, you guys are making false allegations and destroying my life, and, you know, I'm suing you. He even sues the victim.
There's no part of my life that he hasn't ruined.
Mary says he launched a smear campaign and unsuccessfully tried to sue her twice.
I spent the last 15 years being a shell of a person. I isolated myself from almost all of my friends after the attack. I felt marked. I still feel marked.
And he actually says that this is his 9/11. Okay, I want to read you the quote of an essay that he wrote about this, titled My 9/11. It says,
what?
Her acts about the victim are tantamount to flying planes into my twin pillars of personal success and public service. Wow.
What?
Wow. This lawsuit against the college and stuff, it got dismissed, all right? But the one against DCYF was settled for a lot of money. He got $100,000 cash, also, like roughly. Also, he got this $200,000 lien, what do you call it, removed. He had a lien for medical bills that were incurred during foster care, which in itself sounds insane.
A former orphan who was in DCYF custody receives a medical bill for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Hospital stays, they are.
Alldayerrydaybaby was shocked when he received a 6-page medical bill and this letter asking for just under $207,000 for medical assistance. He tells us the bill covers an 11-year period, starting when he was placed in DCYF custody in 2002. He alleges he was physically and sexually assaulted while he was moved in and out of some 20 group homes in 3 states.
Your worst nightmare, multiply it by.
I wonder if it's true.
5,000. There were rapes. There were beatings.
But he has no plans to pay the $206,918.39 bill.
And it's incredibly, incredibly despicable.
So $200,000 lien is now paid off, removed, not there, and on top of that, he has $100,000 roughly cash, right? He settles the lawsuit with them. In return, he's like saying they're not liable, they didn't do anything, they're fine. And he says something to the effect of like they're not liable, but you know, they can improve a little bit. But basically he's like took the money and run. Now though, remember when he was mad about that $200 date? He like forced her to go to the ATM to give him the money back. He's not doing that anymore. Oh no, he's taking girls on dates and he's paying over $800 at the fanciest place. He's spending the money. He's doing it all to impress people. He's like living lavish. He is blowing this money and he's using it to impress girls and get girls. But at the same time, right, when they're like, oh, okay, you know,
because he's like a complete pervert.
He's like, yes, it is. It is going to work out. You're not going to leave me. And he's like, harasses them for weeks and all the same shit, right? He just has more money now. All right, now it is 2 years after this settlement, and Nick gets married for a second time. He's going to.
Oh my God! How many times are you gonna get married, you moron?
With his wife the day after their wedding, not a week after. He's more efficient now, and then also she's gonna leave him after 7 months, and it's gonna be like an insane situation. Okay? He broke this woman beyond belief.
Look at her nose.
In Ohio, because. Remember that foster family that took him in as an adult and helped get him into that college in Ohio? Okay, they're from Ohio. They actually buy a home for him. They help him get a home in Ohio. Oh, also, by the way, he's Mormon now. Because he was raised Roman Catholic when he was in Rhode Island. But now he is saying he's Mormon. He basically joins this Mormon church in the area. And then he does the singles ward, which is like a singles event they do in the church for Mormons to meet each other and maybe get married. And that's where he finds his second wife. The day after they got married is when he hit her for the first time. Immediately after he did that, he starts to threaten to kill himself and is like inconsolable to where she just got hit, yet she's now comforting him. Now that's manipulation. And this is where her nightmare began, because he mind fucked her. Like, it started slow. It was like, I don't want you to go to work. I'm gonna do the traditional thing and you stay at home and I'll work and, you know, be a good Mormon wife. And so she's like, oh, okay. And then he's like, you know, you should dress more conservative. You should dress like this. And then it was like, I don't like these friends, or like, I don't like your sister. I don't like these people. So now she's like, isolated from friends and family. He's controlling what she wears. She doesn't go to work. She's at
Why do women do this?
Like putting a tracker on the car, making sure he has her location. She can't really leave or do anything.
They like put up with this fucking fascism,
so
pretty much.
Her entire world is controlled. It got so bad that she started drinking. When he was gone at work, she would just drink because she felt so depressed and miserable. Well, he used that against her, because what he would do is he would secretly record her with his phone, where he would have these conversations where he would like rile her up after he came home and she was drinking, and she would have these like outbursts and say things that, you know, weren't that great. And then he would take that recording and edit out anything he did and make her look really, really bad. He would send it to her parents and be like, your daughter has a problem, like, I'm trying to help her, you know, we're praying for her, but like, she's a drunk. And so then when she goes, not knowing that this is happening, right, when she goes to like confide in her family about things, they're like, we don't believe you, like, we heard the recording, you know, and like, they don't believe her. So now she feels she doesn't have anyone to turn to. He's got everyone turned around against her. Like, so she feels trapped. She feels trapped. It all comes to a head on November 2nd, 2015, okay, when she was smoking this e-cigarette. Now, Nick doesn't like e-cigarettes, so he's mad at her. He's yelling, screaming. Essentially, he would do this thing that he did before, where if he's mad at her, he drags her up to the bathroom upstairs and locks her in the bathroom. She said the longest she had been locked there was 2 days. All right, so she's locked in the bathroom, and the thing is, when she got out of there, she had had enough, and the cops were called, and they came, and she told them, like, this is what happened. Nick gets arrested. The thing is, she didn't leave him then. She didn't leave him then.
Why?
She stayed with him. She felt like she really had nowhere to go, nothing to do. He made her feel like this was her fault. She messed up. She got him in trouble.
Why did they do
now
this?
She's feeling guilty that he's in jail, and so she's gonna like stick by him or whatever. And it's a whole mental thing. In any case, she does finally have enough one day. It's like she like woke up, like she snapped out of it. She says she just woke up one day. She hadn't even planned for it very well, because she just woke up, got in the car, and started driving. He has her tracking, right? He's got the GPS and everything, so he notices that she had left the home without
got a new
asking
mag
him.
shear.
And so he leaves work and actually starts chasing her. So now there's like a car chase happening. She said it was so bad she actually got into a head-on collision, to an accident. As soon as the accident happened, Nick leaves, right? She said no one got hurt, and she waited for her parents to come, and it was then that she was like done with him, right? So she ends up divorcing him. She gets a restraining order out on him. Why? Because once she divorced him, he was calling her and calling her parents and everyone and just like harassing everyone. So she got a restraining order out on him. So this is, I lost count now how many people leave him and have to end up getting a restraining order. Another thing I think is super interesting is that when she talks about him and the level of manipulative, elaborate things he did, I think this is really interesting when you look at what he's doing now with this whole Arthur Knight, milady, whatever the hell he's doing, Winston Churchill, victory, like, I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
I'm waiting for you now.
She says that when she was trying to have him served with the divorce, that he actually, it was so difficult because he would wear disguises. I'll read you the quote. She says they tried to serve him the divorce papers and the protection order papers, but he'd be walking around town with disguises on, hats and wigs and stuff.
There was one picture I saw. He's in red silky pajamas. Those were the same pajamas he wore when I was with him.
When the restraining order finally was in place, he was so vindictive and upset about it that he tried to flip the script. She says as soon as he finally heard about the protection order against him, he created one against me filled with lies. He accused me of putting out lit cigarettes on him, but he did it to himself. So it wouldn't surprise me if he's punching himself, cutting himself in the hopes of getting pity points because
Fucking
he's done it
psycho.
before. What she's referring to is later on there's like an incident where he
I've
showed
never
up
done
to court with,
anything
a
like
black guy
this
and
to
said, like, the
anybody.
prison guards
None
did
of
it to
it.
him, and they're like, we didn't. Now I don't know. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But like, this is just a little food for thought. Right, now remember, that was all in Ohio. So he leaves Ohio. Where does he go? Back to Rhode Island.
Sneak damage.
This time he moves in with a friend. This friend also got a restraining order out on Nick. Okay, even his friends are like, dude, go away. He made the horrible mistake of being nice to this guy and letting him like crash on his couch until he got on his feet. But what did Nick do? He actually stole from him. He took one of his checks and cashed it and lied about it.
What?
And when the guy confronted him and told him to leave, he was like, no, I'm not leaving. So he's a scammer, squatter. Blech. Anywho, so this guy goes to the court and he's like, listen, this guy stole from me. He won't leave. And he's like harassing me. I want a restraining order out on him. So now, I lost count, but another restraining order. Now it's 2018 to 2019. We're coming to a head here. This is
How many
where the shit
restraining
hits
orders
the fan
did
for
you
Nick.
get
They
in
have
5
new
years?
technology now. They have databases and stuff. And a sample that was taken in a case in Ohio hit Nicholas Alldayerrydababy's DNA, hit in the Utah case. So now they've confirmed through DNA that he is responsible for these R words. Okay? So the investigation that went cold and they couldn't verify it and he skipped town and all this stuff. Okay, now it's like in the forefront and it's knocking down the door. Making matters worse, the FBI is investigating him now for
Good.
fraud. Because what did he do? Remember
No,
that
not
nice
really.
foster family that let
I
him
wouldn't.
in
I
as
wouldn't
an
wish the
adult?
FBI
Should've
even on
just
this
let him
guy.
rot. It's like this is the nightmare story that ruins it for the innocent people that need help. Anywho, he robs them blind. He takes his foster father's identity. He steals it. He opens 22 credit cards, $200,000.
22 credit
Out, they're
cards.
like, oh my God, how are we gonna get out of this right there? That's how the FBI got involved.
Wait, like he opened 22 credit cards. Wait, go back.
Forefront and it's knocking down the door. Making matters worse, the FBI is investigating him.
Why?
For fraud. Because what did he do? Remember that nice foster family that let him in as
Oh.
an adult? You should have just let him rot. It's like this is the nightmare story that ruins it for the innocent people that need help.
Yeah.
Anywho, he robs them blind. He takes his foster father's identity. He steals it. He opens 22 credit cards, $200,000 debt.
What? $200,000.
Family found out, they're like, oh my God, how are we gonna get out of this right there? That's how the FBI got involved. They end up contacting Nick and saying, hey, like, this is the FBI, we're investigating you for fraud regarding this and this and this. He's like, oh shit, I gotta leave America. So he starts plotting.
America.
What does he do? He goes online, looks for women.
I gotta leave
But not
America.
in America. He starts going on these like dating websites with women in the UK. He starts talking to this woman in the UK for weeks. They hit it off. And he's like, I'm going to fly to meet you. And she's like, how romantic. He's like, oh, but wait, can I stay with you instead of a hotel? She said he was relentless. And she felt bad for him. And he was like making the effort and buying the ticket to come to her. Like, she ends up letting him stay with her in her home, and it was like the worst thing she could have done. She said, quote, every single boundary that I set, he broke. Before I knew it, he had moved in. Within days, he was talking about getting married and doing calculations about how long
One
it
of
would take him to
those.
get his residency.
I knew somebody like this. I knew somebody like this. He was such a fucking psycho. We had to get a restraining order against him. So, when I was young, my best friend and I were living in, well, he was living next door, and I was in with my other friend and our roommate Mike in the 3-bedroom place in the middle of the horseshoe. And my best friend was over on the right side, and my best friend had just inherited a bunch of money from his parents from his grandparents when they passed. And so he was like living it up a bit. He had just bought a motorcycle, and he was spending some money and drinking every night, and he was smoking good weed and stuff, and he was just partying. He was like living the life of somebody who had just inherited a bit of money, and everybody can do that, you know, it's fine. You inherit some money, you blow a little bit of money, and that's what he was doing. He was like partying every night. So we were just playing video games, partying, and he was like waking up at 2 p.m. kind of thing. And this guy so our roommate Mike was dating this nice lady who we all really liked. We actually really liked this lady. She was his girlfriend for years. We thought they were going to get married and stuff. Like, they got along like peas and carrots, and I imagine they probably did get married. And we liked that lady. We had known her for many years, like 5-6 years. She was a great lady. She had been hanging out in our apartment for I think like Elaine from Seinfeld. She was a wonderful lady. I don't want to say her name, but she was a wonderful lady, and I think of her fondly. She was a wonderful lady. I think of her as great woman. Helped us a couple of times. You know, she was just, she was a wonderful lady. So, her son, though, was this Irish drunk prick. His father, you could tell his father had predominated his genes or something. And her son was this crazy, psychotic, drunk, like Irish prick who like you could tell the minute that he touched a drop of alcohol, he would just get crazy violent. It didn't matter how long or how much. It didn't matter if he touched a bottle of beer at all. You could tell he immediately was like ready to fight somebody. It was so annoying. And there many times he had to be like, I'm sorry guys, I understand that you're not like me. And that you're just not angry like me. And we're like, no, we're just not. We're not angry like you. I'm terribly sorry. And he was like, I'm sorry, I get so fucking angry, I just get some beer in me and I go crazy. And it was like using it as this excuse. But it was just his fucking personality. And on top of it, he was this deadbeat who would not work. Like, he thought he was just going to move in there and stay there for a year. And, like, the idea of work, you could tell, the idea of work was this thing, you could tell there was one thing in his life that he hated the most, and it was, like, work. And I don't know why he moved, he thought, and so she thought that she would foist him off on us, and because we liked his roommate and had lived with him for so long, that we would just sort of ignore if he didn't pay rent and just sat there for months and did nothing. But he did sit there for, like, I mean, I did that too, but the difference is, like, my friend was, like, paying the rent for me, you know? And so he assumed that like some weird thing was going to happen where my friend was going to pay the rent for him too. But see, the difference was I had known my best friend for 13 years and had taken charges for him, and worked at the same work sites with him, same workplaces, same game store, same everything, like kind of like George Costanza and Seinfeld, kind of thing. And so it's like, yeah, so when George Costanza is low on luck, you could see Jerry with the kind of money he was pulling in as a comedian. You could see him kind of maybe kicking $200 for rent and that kind of thing. And that's what my friend was doing for a couple of months. He was kicking $240 for rent. Now, this drove this deadbeat, crazy, drunk guy fucking crazy. And his day consisted of, like, waking up at, like, I don't know, like 11:30 in the morning. And it was the flop house, so he really wanted to move into the fucking flop house. And I was like, you don't want to live here. Trust me, it's always loud, always crazy, always drunk, always angry. You can't sleep. You can't, like, you wake up in the morning, everybody's still here. It's fucking annoying. I warned him a bunch of times. I was like, you are not going to be able to handle this fucking place. I'm trying to get out of this. I told him, I was like, I'm trying to get out of this place. The only reason I haven't left is this the only affordable rent left in the city, or I would leave this place. It's fucking crazy. It's like living in a crack house all the time. Like, we can't stop partying. And I told him, I was like, you may not have that much fun here. When he came, I warned him. I was like, we party a lot. I warned him. I was like, I'm sure your mother has told you, and I'm sure your fucking, her boyfriend has told you, but we're like the craziest party, like leftist liberals in the fucking city. We party a lot. Like, I told him, I was like, just last year we threw a 350-man bash that they had to call the cops to shut down. That's how crazy we were. And I was like, you don't want to live with us, trust me. It's like all this pressure, all this drunk, crazy screaming all the fucking time at 4 a.m. The only reason my roommate deals with it is because the rent's so fucking cheap and he's trying to buy a house, and he knows how painful it is to live here. He'll tell you. And Mike would just nod at him and be like, he's telling you the truth. It's really painful to live here. And, like, there's so much partying going on all the time. It's like living in a college frat dorm, but there isn't, like, there was hot girls, but there wasn't like sorority girls going in and out like a fucking, like a revolving door, like a frat house. There was just hot girls who were our friends who hung out with us a lot, And it was just weird. It was like weird. So her son, like, thought he would just sit there for 6 months and not work. And this was something that I was doing, but I mean, I had backing. I could do that. It only cost me $1,000 to do that with my best friend. He did it for like 5 months, and I saved up $1,000. It ended up being more as the years passed on, but during that session, it was only like $1,000 or something like that. And so, like, because I borrowed $1,000 from my best friend, so I could, like, continue to rave wow and figure out a job and just keep staying at the place. The other guy thought he could just stay there without paying the fucking rent. But see, I paid the fucking costs of like being in the friendship for fucking 15 years and, and all this other shit. And, I paid rent there for 5.5 years before I ever had a problem or ever was even late. And when I was late, I was only late for a couple of months. And so he thought because my best friend was footing the bill with his inheritance money that he was just going to do that too. So he started basically waking up in the morning, hustling $5 from somewhere, usually his mother. And we were all doing this too, right? We were all doing this too. We would all wake up at like 11 in the morning, go figure out, like, buy some weed, buy some Chipotle, and buy some alcohol. We were young. We were like 24. That's what you do when you're 22 to 24, You wake up, you go get Chipotle or Taco Bell or something like that. You go to the fucking liquor store, you buy like $25 worth of liquor and shit. You go home, you put on a fucking video game or a sports event or something like that, and you chill with your fucking party friends all night long. That's that's what my life was for, I don't know, 13 years or something like that. It was like the frat party never ended, you know? And people around us, they thought that they could just join us like this. But no, it was like years and years and years of like friendships that we had built. There was money and relationships and friendships and drug dealers that we knew and all this stuff. It was like an actual community, you know? And these people all the time, a bunch of people came into our flop house and thought that they would just move in there. And that's not how that fucking works. You're not paying the motherfucking rent. It got expensive towards the end. It was like, you know, where we just couldn't do it. We were like, you have to leave now. You know. So and that's what happened with him. He stayed there for 3 months, and we didn't want to yell at him because his mother was dating our roommate, who was very, very nice to us because we were loud and not rude, but we were just loud and inconsiderate. We weren't rude, but we were loud and inconsiderate. We loved each other. Those guys, we were like homies, you know, we were like friends. There was no problem or anything. But so he like had this psychotic episode one night where he just thought that he was gonna like drink my beer out of the fridge and then just sit in my fucking room, take my Xbox 360 slot, because there's only so many slots on the two 360s that we have with the two televisions there, and they're crappy televisions with crappy busted down Red Ring Xbox 360s and televisions that we bought from the ARC thrift store. But when they see two televisions and two 360s, they're like, you're rich, oh my god, you guys play video games all day and you do nothing, you're living the dream life. But it's like, nah, motherfucker, we worked and bought 360s, and then we waited until we found televisions for $25 at the thrift store. We're poor, we're from the lower class. Just because it seems like we have nice things doesn't mean we're poor. The rent's $240, you know? The rent was $240 for like 13 years. And so it's obvious that we're not rich and that we can't afford for you to just drink our beer out of the fridge and like sit in our fucking room and bum cigarettes from us all fucking day. We're from the lower class. We can't actually have a goddamn bum just sitting there. And trust me, I'm the worst bum that you'll meet. But, like, I paid all my dues, though. I've taken charges, and I've been there back and forth with them with, like, funerals and driven them for thousands of miles across state lines and stuff like this. I've consulted lawyers and prayed at their parents' like funerals and stuff like this. I paid the cost. Those are my friends. I paid the cost. These new people that would come into our flop house did not. And this guy is exactly like this guy. The guy that we got cursed with because Mike's girlfriend's son was this drunk, crazy Irish fucking prick. And I bring up Irish because for some reason he would like he was like, I'm an alcoholic, I'm unashamed. He's like, I'm an alcoholic, and they have me on what's that shit that alcoholics take so they puke if they drink? What's that called? To puke when they drink? It's Ativan or Atabuse or something like that. Is it Atabuse? It's keto. No, it's not ketoacidosis. It's Atabuse or something like this. But they had him on Ativan. I think it's Ativan. Is it Ativan? Ativan is a pill that I believe. No, I'm sorry. Is that a benzo? Oh, yeah. So he was on Ativan because he was like a schizo, and he was crazy angry, and all the time he was like, God damn, I want to punch you in the face right now. He would say this to us. He'd be like, God damn, I want to punch you in the fucking face right now. We're like, dude, we're sitting here playing video games, smoking cigarettes, drunk in our room. No one's fighting. Nobody's angry. We're not yelling over something or anything like that. He was just like, God damn. He would, out of the blue, he'd be like, God damn, I really want to punch you in the fucking face right now. I'm struggling not to do it. And I'm like, oh, okay, get the fuck out of here. We would tell him, it happened a couple times. We were like, okay, get the fuck out of here then. Go cool off, walk out. Go walk outside. We are playing Battlefield and laughing about South Park, and you are screaming about how you want to punch somebody in the face. And nobody dissed you, nobody got angry, nobody even talked shit about you, nobody dissed your mom or something, or fucked your wife or anything like that. You just come out of the hall, it was crazy. It was almost like Tourette's. He would be like, I really want to punch you in the face right now. And I'd be like, I can't help you. I didn't do anything. I've not crossed you. I've given you nothing but cigarettes and alcohol for weeks and weeks. Like, you know, for fucking like 3 months, I've done nothing but basically foot your tobacco and alcohol bill. That's all I've done for you. That's the only thing I've done to you is buy you cigarettes and alcohol. That's it. You know, like I'm trying to pursue a friendship because he was okay from time to time, you know, and you could tell he was struggling. He was just struggling with his own problems and his own alcoholism and his own rage and anger. You could tell he was going to be the type to really beat his wife. You know, he was just going to be an inevitable. He was that type. He was that fucking angry. So we're like, okay, dude. So one night he shows up and we're like, okay, dude. He's like, hey, got a cigarette and a beer? And we're like, no, we don't. We don't have any more cigarettes and beer for you. You haven't paid rent for 3 months. You're sitting in my room like you're my friend, but I just met you 2 months ago, and I don't invite you to this room. You just come in and sit down. And I just had this honest conversation with him. I was like, I like you, dude. It's okay or whatever. Enough to live with you or whatever. But you got to pay rent. Like your wife's boyfriend is embarrassed by you and all this other stuff. It's just, sorry, your mother's boyfriend is embarrassed by you, all this crazy shit. And I was like, and you caused this terrible problem where you puke on the floor all the fucking time because you're on this drug that they give you, like Ativan or something like that, or Adabuse. Was Adabuse? I think it was Adabuse, something like that. Is it Adabuse? Antabuse, something? I don't remember what it was called. But it's yeah, there it is. It was Antabuse. He was on Antabuse because he was such an out-of-control fucking alcoholic. At the age of, he was young, too. He was like 21. He was so stupid. He drank way worse than Jim Morrison or something. He had no idea how to fucking do it. He would like, get a bottle of some fucking crazy shit like Wild Turkey, and he would just start swigging that motherfucker. No chaser or nothing. He would just be like, blah, 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 with a bottle of Jack in his fucking mouth, like, raw, drinking it. It's like it's a fucking beer. And it would make me sick. Like that kind of weird drinking that you can just tell they're headed for the floor. And then he would like end up puking on the floor like every single fucking night for months on end. It was just disgusting. And we're like, dude, like, we understand that we're running like this college frat house, but essentially, but like, but you can't just puke on the fucking floor every single fucking night and pass out drunk because you're on Adabuse. And his mother had him on Adabuse because he was like this psychotic crazy dude who had already been busted he was like facing probation in like a court case for assault and all this shit. And sooner or later, I came to his mother, and I was like, he hasn't paid rent in 3 months. You're not paying his rent. And she's like, no, I will not pay his rent. And I was like, well, I can't force you to pay his rent, so we're evicting him. And she's like, no, you can't do that. And I was like, we're not taking a deadbeat. We can't do this. We don't have the room or the money. We're poor people. I told him, I was like, we're poor people. I don't have a job. My friend doesn't have a job. He's living off his inheritance and shit. He's not poor, but I'm poor. I'm fucking poor. I can't afford to buy your son cigarettes and beer all the fucking time and food and shit. I'm already poor. I'm worried about doing that for myself. And she was like, okay, I don't know what to do. I'm just going to have to agree to disagree, is I think what she said. And she was like, well, you guys are being respectful about it. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I can't have this guy here anymore. He constantly harasses us. He constantly threatens to hurt us. He's fucking crazy. He's fucking drunk all the time. And he thinks being fucking crazy and drunk is acceptable. It was like Chris Farley, if Chris Farley wasn't funny. He was just off the wall fucking crazy. He was just crazy. He was like probably the bad side of Jim Belushi or something. And so it ended up being this terrible battle where like I had to go to the landlord, and for some reason this fell on me. It was like I brought him in there, but no, Mike brought him in there, but I was the one that was like, I can't live with this person on the daily. He's driving me fucking crazy. He's like threatening to hurt us all the time, and he's like drunk, and he steals our cigarettes and beer and stuff, and it's just crazy. I don't want to live with this crazy person who doesn't pay rent, doesn't work, and doesn't do anything. He just goes outside, he goes somewhere, he scrounges up like $5.75, he buys a bottle of Wild Turkey, he drinks this straight in like 2.5 minutes, and then he fucking wanders around belligerent drunk for the rest of the day, just hassling people. And he was like, he thought he would just like, he was not good at video games, but because we played a lot of video games, he thought he would just pick up a controller and be good at video games. But no, he constantly sucked dick, and it was painful. It was painful to watch. It was painful to watch him play like Grand Theft Auto or Vice City or anything like that. He would just stumble through it like just fumbling, being like, I can't control these sticks and stuff. So he really didn't relate to us. We were like these gaming people, but he thought he would just be our best friend like George Costanza. He would just move in there like George Costanza or whatever, and just sort of bald head his way through the whole fucking thing, like we were just gonna adopt a new son or something. And so I go to the landlord. I was like we're cursed with this guy who does have an agreement with the roommates and stuff. And he was like, well, I can give you a form that says eviction on it, but I'm not going to evict him because he's never signed with me. And I was like, okay, so we have like a couch surfer? And he was like, yeah, you have like what they call a deadbeat. And he was like, I can give you a form that says eviction on it that shows him that I don't want him there, but I mean, and that I will legally kick him out if he does not leave. And he told us this. He was like, I will kick him out if he does not leave because I don't want him damaging the property. And so when he finds out about this, he punched when I hand him the fucking thing, I was like, here's an eviction. You got to get the fuck out of here. I just told him. I was like, I know this is going to sound sound rude to you, but I'm just trying to be your friend here. You got to get the fuck out of here. You haven't paid rent in 3 months. You haven't done anything except get drunk and puke on the fucking floor. You got to get the fuck out of here. We're all alcoholic stoners too, but we don't act like this. We're not fucking irresponsible shitheads. We're not fucking bad gonzos or anything like that. Yeah, we're high and drunk constantly, 24/7, all day long, every day. It doesn't, but we don't do it bad. We don't do it badly like you. We don't puke on the fucking floor. We don't threaten to hurt people or anything like this. And so then he was like, oh my God. And I was like, have a nice day, sir. You have to be out in the, like, by the morning, and the landlord will be here in a couple of days. If you're still here, he will have the cops evict you. And so I shut the door, and we're stuck in there, and it's awkward. It's like, awkward! And we're like in there, it's awkward. We're like in the room. I shut the door to my room, and there's like 2 TVs in there with 360s and stuff, and we fire up the Rock Band, and we're playing Rock Band, because we're young kids just trying to have fucking fun. We're trying to chill or whatever, right? We're just normal kids, whatever. We work jobs, and we're working, and, you know, all this stuff, and, well, I wasn't working at that time, but, you know, I did work a lot, though. Yeah, I was a working, young, professional type dude. So, like, you know, so we're just trying to live our lives because we're fucking young. It was so stupid. So he punches I swear to God, it was like the size of a pizza. He punched a fucking pizza-sized hole in my fucking door. So we're like, get the fuck out of the fucking house or we're going to kick your fucking ass. Like, at that point, we were like, get the fuck out of the fucking house or we're going to kick your ass right the fuck now. And he starts crying like a little bitch. And he's like, no, I can't go. I've never been out on the streets before and all this stuff. Well, don't drink and do nothing for 3 months and get fucking evicted then. Fucking work or do something. And he was like, you don't pay rent. And I was like, I do pay rent. I hand the fucking landlord $275 every month. Just because my friend's helping me kick the bill right now doesn't mean I'm not paying fucking rent. I am paying rent. I'm not getting evicted like you, am I? I talked to the landlord yesterday. Did you? You know, and had this huge fight with him and shit. And he was like ready to punch me in the fucking face. And I was like, if you punch me in the fucking face, I will make sure you see 2 to 5 years in a fucking jail cell. I was like, if you punch me in the face like you threatened to do so many times before, I will see you inside a jail cell for 2 to 5 fucking years. We have so many fucking witnesses here and a cell phone and all this other crazy shit. If you fucking touch me, I will you know. I was like, I don't have that option, motherfucker. I've been on probation all of my goddamn life. I don't have an option to punch you in the fucking face. If you punch me, I will make sure you see the inside of a jail cell. You understand? And all this shit, you know. And so then he was like, all right, fine. So then he packs his shit up and he finally fucking leaves. He just fucking leaves, thank God. But we began to realize, we hear from him over the years. We hear of him over the years. And we had 2 of them. There was 2 of them like this. There was another one who was a complete fucking psycho. But he thought that he was just going to not work for 6 whole months while his fucking mother... like, you know, his fucking mother dated our fucking roommate. Our fucking roommate was dating cougars. So it's just all the time we had to deal with their sons for some fucking reason. And the other guy, Sean, he was a fucking asshole. I don't remember the other guy, but I hated Sean. He was such an asshole. He thought he knew everything in the universe, but he was a goddamn moron. He didn't know anything. When you would ask him a real question, like, okay, so who is Tesla? What'd he do? And he'd be like, oh, it's a company who makes cars. And you're like, no, you know, he would be like, it's a company who make cars or something, isn't it? He's that guy who makes flamethrowers. And it's like, no, you're a fucking moron. You don't know who Nikola Tesla is. And he's like, yes, I do. And then you're like, okay, well, what did he do? And he'd be like, oh, he was in that movie about the magicians, wasn't he? Or something like that, right? He would literally say stuff like this. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's Nikola Tesla, you fucking moron. But he acted like he was so much smarter than us. He thought he would move into the artist commune full of crazy, like, Mensa kids. And then he would just lord it over us because he said he could or something like this. But every time we challenged him on anything at all, he would be like, no, my conception of it is of this, that the magnets work by some kind of thing with lava or something. And you'd be like, no, what? And you'd be like, your concept of what you think we're talking about is so fucking wrong for what we're actually talking about that it's insane. And And it eventually, we began to realize that not only did we not like rude people, we're actually, the bigger fucking problem was that we're allergic to stupid people. And both of them were fucking morons. I think the real problem was we weren't willing to spend like all night hanging out with like frat house hanging out with like idiots. We just weren't capable of doing it. And my best friend especially, he really is bothered by stupid. Now he doesn't say anything because he's the nicest man you'll ever see, but you can tell how tragic it is for him when he's around stupid people. You can see it. It's because he is like so naturally fucking brilliant that like when he's around a truly stupid person, it brings him down. It's insane. And it's not because he has a bad attitude or anything. He's a very charismatic, wonderful man. Many thousands of people love him, but like, you know, but it's just that he can't handle stupid any more than I can. And when they say something stupid with us, if you say one thing that's stupid, one of the things I love about my friends is I've done stupid things that they frankly probably hate me for, but I've never said anything stupid to them. I'm sure I have, but not anything that they didn't like. But trust me, I know that my friends all the time write people off all the fucking time if they say anything stupid at all. They think there's a jackass moron. I can't put myself at risk by being around them or whatever. And you can see it. My friends will write them off, like they'll just cut them out of their lives and not be around them and stuff like this. So anyways, and we had two people like this, and so the other guy forced me. He was like, you have to show my mother the eviction. He was like, you have to show my mother the eviction. I was like, I don't have to fucking do anything. And he was like, if you're my friend, if you're Mike's friend, if you hung with me for 3 months and all this stuff, and you respect my mother and all this stuff, you will go tell her yourself that you're evicting me. Like, he was trying to make me feel guilty about this, and I was like, absolutely, what's her fucking address, you know? I'll go see her right now. I was like, okay, I like your mother, sure, I'll go bang your fucking mother right now. I didn't say it to him, but I was like, I will, and you know, I wouldn't have done that to Mike. I wouldn't have done that to Mike, but I was, you know, I was like, I will go bang your mother right now. I was like, absolutely. He was not expecting that. He thought I was like playing some game with him, trying to scare him away or something. I was like, absolutely, I will take the eviction to your mother right the fuck now. And he was like, oh shit, really? And I was like, yeah. And so then he says one of the funniest things I've ever fucking heard. I had no idea how close she lived to us at all. I had no fucking idea. I thought she was driving home from across the town because we didn't talk to her that much. They would just go and fuck in their room after work or whatever, right? We didn't talk to them a whole lot. They were like 25 years older than us, so they weren't really down with. They were down with us. They loved us. We were like homies and friends, and we knew each other for 15 years or something like that. But the older guy, Mike, he was not really our homie in the respect that he did not fucking chill with us. He never did. He had like a beer with us on 4th of July kind of thing. He was not like the homie. He was not there with us in our crew. So I didn't know where his girlfriend was living, and this fucking drunk crazy dude who was just angry and just like couldn't handle alcohol at all. Like one sip and he was like south of the border, ready to sock somebody in the face. And I'm talking one sip. You could see it. He would take one sip and then he'd be like, oh, I've got to control my anger now. It was just insane. You could see it was like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It was the weirdest thing I'd ever seen. He would take one sip and you could tell his personality would immediately tank. It was just like, it was like an excuse for him. The minute that alcohol touched his tongue, he immediately would just like no filter on his tongue, on his fist, on his anger, or punching holes in walls or anything like that. It just, the minute alcohol touched his tongue, it was an excuse to go fucking crazy. I didn't respect it at all. I had spent all of my life being this disciplined gonzo since I was like 13 years old and hiding my acid usage from my friends and family, not hiding my alcohol usage from my friends and family, and hiding my drug usage from my friends and family, and my weed and all my stuff. Eventually around like, the age of 19, I finally was like more open about that stuff, but I was so careful about being a gonzo. I was so careful. We were scared of the cops, we really were. So like, so he tells me something really funny. He's like, oh my God, okay, fine, go see. He starts fighting with me. He's like, fine, don't go see my mother. And I was like, no, I'm gonna see your fucking mother. She's got to tell you got to get the fuck out of here by the end of the day. I was like, she's got to come down here with her car and get your shit. And you got to get the fuck out of here. You've been evicted by the landlord. Get the fuck out of here. Like you're lucky I don't call the cops on you. I told him, I was like, you're lucky I don't call the cops on you. I don't want to do that to you, so I'm gonna be patient with you. Get your shit and get the fuck out of here. You assume that you would just live here on our fucking auspices for free for months on end. It's a bad roommate story. I had 2 of them. Fuck. I think I'm dead, like full dead, and I'm not sure I can get out of this. No, I have a quick save in Black Hole Sun. 6'8", 6'9". It's 6'9", 225 in the morning. That's the autosave where I'm dead. This is the one where I'm alive. I'm going to have to go back a couple hours because it keeps killing me, I think. And so he says something funny. He's like, she lives a block and a half away. And he gives me the address, and it is like it was like 150 down from us, which is like a block and a half. It was like 150. It was basically she was like living basically catty corner to us. And I was like, you're fucking shitting me. I thought I was gonna have to get a car or a cab or something and go drive somewhere and go meet somebody. And I was like pissed off at him, and I was ready to sock him in the face. I was like, I can't believe you're making me go across town and meet your fucking mother. And he was resisting me doing that. And I was like, no, if you want to make it about your mother, fine, I'll go fuck your mother. I didn't say it that way, but I was like, fine. If I have to go deal with mommy to get this fixed, I will. I'll go deal with mommy, you fucking man child. And I was like, fine, I will. I called his bluff on it. So then he was like, well, she lives at blah blah, which was a block and a half down. So I just was like, you're shitting me. She lives a block and a half down, and he's like, yeah, we live a block and a half down. I live in her basement. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing at my house? And he was like, I don't know. She like foisted me off here, and I was like, okay. You know, the honesty at the end was kind of insane. I was like, you live in the basement of your mother's house a block and a half away? And you know that she just comes over here like a block and a half every day or whatever? And he's like, yeah, I do. And it was just crazy. So I was like, okay. So I walk out the fucking front door. He's like, where are you going? And I'm like, I'm going to see your mom. I wrote down the address. I've got it right here. And he's like, you're seeing her right now? And I was like, yeah, I'm going right the fuck now. So I walked a block and a half down. I knocked on the door, and there she was. And I was like, hey, you know, your asshole son has been threatening to beat the shit out of us. Last night he punched a pizza-sized hole in my expensive-ass wood door, and I know he doesn't have any fucking money. Are you going to pay me for that? And she's like, no. she's like, I don't have any money. And she was like, I didn't do that. And he's an adult, and he was a man-child. He was like 23 or something. So she was like, no, I'm not paying that. And I was like, I laughed with her, and I was like, I understand that. I wouldn't pay it either. I was like, I don't know what I'm going to do about it. As it was, I think I taped it up for a couple of years. What could I do about it? I'm poor. So she's like, okay. And I was like, here's a piece of paper. I dropped this like third folded piece of paper in front of her. I was like, this is the eviction from the fucking landlord. And it was the eviction. I was like, this is the eviction. You can see the signature. It's not a real eviction because he doesn't want to go through the process of evicting your son because he never put your son on the lease. So all he is right now is a trespasser, and we will call the cops at 7 p.m. tonight if he's not out. It's like, and it was like 4:30. And she was like, oh, please, he can't move all that stuff he's got in that fucking room out in like 3 hours. And I was like, yes, he can. He fucking threatened to assault us, punched a hole in the fucking door, puked all over the floor of his fucking room, and hasn't cleaned it up, and it's been like 16 hours or whatever after he drank too much last night or whatever, and he went on some crazy binge or whatever, and he thought it was gonna all be our problem, and he hasn't paid rent in 3 months. The landlord evicted his ass. I'm sorry, this did not work out. We're gonna have to find somebody else. And she was like, okay. And so then she brought her minivan over, her soccer mom minivan over from when he used to be like younger, probably way better person. And she like helped him move. And like we didn't like him. We didn't want to help him. So we ended up moving all of his shit for her. You know, we ended up helping him move because we liked her, you know? Which was so fucking stupid. But I have, like, anytime I move, like, at least, like, in the olden days, etc., back then anyways, if I do anything, I have between 5 and 7 people with me, so that took us, like, half an hour. I was like, all right, guys, let's go fucking empty out this asshole's room. I believe that's exactly what I said, too. I was like, let's go empty out this asshole's fucking room. And they were like, okay, sure, because they thought it would be kind of fun, and it was fun. We emptied out and packed up his shit and put it on the front lawn in, like, 20 minutes flat or something like that. It was from crazy drunk, like, puked on floor room to, like, completely spick and span in, like, 20 minutes, because I can move, like, 5 to 7 people whenever I do something. You know, being a streamer doesn't really scare me because I think a lot of them roll in posses and stuff like that. And yeah, I still have a fucking posse, basically. I have like a posse, and when I need to do something, I can summon down 5 to 10 people and get it done, whatever the fuck it is. They owe me so much, it doesn't really matter, and I owe them. So it doesn't really matter, but they want me to. They tell me all the time, they're like, if you ever actually have any problems, you have to tell us. We have to help you because you never ask for help. And I'm like, I haven't even seen most of you guys in 5.5 years, you know? I don't even hang out, really. But I mean, like, the shit is tight like that. Like, I would take a bullet for them, and they know it. And I have taken, like, charges for them and stuff like that. It's deep like that, like a posse. My posse was paying my fucking rent because I took a charge for them, you know? Like they're homies. They've been homies forever. So it's not the same as you, deadbeat. You're sitting in that fucking room drinking all goddamn day fucking crappy ass Kentucky bourbon or whatever that's like $5.50, and you have pepper gut because you drink $5.50 fucking liquor all day, and you do it badly, and you puke on the fucking floor and in the toilet all the fucking time. And this is my house too, motherfucker. We can smell the puke all the time. You puke like almost every day. It's disgusting. We can smell it, you know. And this is from somebody who does every drug known to man, who's drank their own weight and goddamn methamphetamine, smoked their own weight in methamphetamine or whatever. And I'm yelling about a dude who can't handle a beer, you know, because they can't handle this shit. They're not good at what they do. They're not good at drinking. Most of them are not good at things. It's sort of dumb, you know. So anyways. And that's what this guy's like. He thinks that he can just move in for 6 months to a year. It's the nightmare roommate. They think because they move in that they've just got swatter rights. But nah, motherfucker, I'll just kick your ass out of here. I don't care what you say.
In a space of 5
This is America, and I have freedom of not having to live with an asshole who doesn't pay rent. You know,
6 days I was completely
and just because I didn't pay rent these couple of months doesn't mean that I didn't pay fucking like $300,000 in rent to stay at this apartment complex for 15 years. I did pay rent. I paid a lot of rent. I paid like 250 fucking grand or something like that. I know, because it was forever. It was forever. It was $1,000 a month for fucking 13 years or whatever. What is that? That's like $130 grand or something like that. I know, because I fucking paid it. We had to come up with $130,000 over 15 years or something to pay that fucking rent. That motherfucker didn't do that. He didn't help. He didn't fucking lift a finger or take 1 day of work or anything like that. All my other friends just sit there in the motherfucking flop house. They bring us smokes. They bring us alcohol. They bring us girls. Not like bring us girls, but they like introduce us to girls and bring them to our house because they know that they can't afford to pay us rent, right? So they bring hot girls to our fucking place as a form of currency. Just introduce us to them and the chance that one of them might sleep with us and stuff like that. That's what living in the flop house is like. You're the party spot. So people bring hot girls there so they can drink and party and try to bang hot girls. It's not, I mean, that's at least when you're 24, that's how it is. When you're 24, that's what 24-year-olds do. They drink and they bang, you know?
Broken down. She said he ended up pressuring her, harassing her, begging her.
And so like, and then this motherfucker, he brought nothing. It kind of like I'm the mafia don because I run the fucking flop house, bitch. I run the flop house. Even my best friend paid my rent, you know, because he hung out in my flop house for 10 fucking years. I owe him $11,000 in old rent over like 5 different periods or something like that. And it's my greatest regret is that I owe him money. It's fucking so annoying. But I mean, it was his idea. I was just gonna walk out of there, but he was like, no, you can't leave this place. We're never gonna have any place to hang out anymore. I gotta help you. We have so many people coming to this place every night. I'm gonna pay your fucking rent. And I was like, I can't. I've been raiding WoW. I have a WoW addiction. It's worse than heroin. I can't stop doing it. He's like, I know. I watch you do it every day for 14 hours. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I've got a heroin addiction. It's called World of Warcraft. I can't stop. And he's like, I understand. I'm gonna pay your rent for a couple of months, and you just try to get back on your feet because, like, honestly, I can't handle losing this place right now. He said that to me several times. He was like, I can't handle the idea of losing this place right now. And I was like, I can't handle the idea either. It's like this bastion of sociality of all these hot girls and wonderful people and all the smartest people we've ever met. And they all love each other and they all live next door and they're all our friends. And it's like this crazy hippie commune. And I can't stand the idea of losing this place either. We've been living here for 13 fucking years. And then eventually they just did evict us all. They didn't evict us. He sold the place. And he was like, I'm terribly sorry. I have to sell this place. I bought this place for like $440,000 in the 70s. They're offering me like $10 million now. I've got to sell it. And I was like, okay, you know, that's okay. But yeah, bad roommate stories. So that fucking asshole, he thought he was just going to stay there. So would Sean, and Sean was a worse guy. Sean was a fucking asshole. He wasn't as shitty and as violent as the other guy was. But he was way worse of a personality. He just really thought that he was better than us. But he was like this deadbeat bum who was like 28. He was older than us. He was like 5 years older than us or something. We kept asking him, like, are you 29, dude? Because we were like 24. And he thought he was like the same as us. But he was like 29. He had never had a job. He never had a job. He was like 29. He was like, I've never worked in my life before. And you're like, what? You're like, what, dude? I've been working since I was 13 years old. What are you fucking talking about? You're 29 and you've never worked before. That's what he told me when we evicted him. He was like, I've never worked before. It scares me. And I was like, I don't understand that. I just don't understand that in America. You're speaking so, habla inglés? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. And trust me, I'm the laziest, non-working piece of shit you will ever fucking meet. And when you have me lecturing you're wrong. You're fucking wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because I did start working when I was like 13 years old at the Einstein Bagels, and I did work all of my life most of the time. So these people, they think because they see us lazing off a couple of times, they think they can be like us and just do nothing for a while. Nah, motherfucker. We worked family obligations and jobs and money and friendships and rent and landlord situations and all types of shit to be able to run that fucking flop house. It wasn't easy. You know, it was not easy to get past the landlord. He would come over and he would see like a pizza-sized hole punched in the fucking door that cost like $500 or something like that. He would see that the power had been off for 5 months or something like that. The sink was full of dishes that nobody would do because it was the flop house, and whoever does the dishes is the flop house's bitch. And then you got to do everything, right? So, like, you know, it's like this war. A frat house is like a war. You can't clean the whole thing because then you're the frat house's bitch, you know? And I wouldn't do it. I told them, I was like, I'm not the frat house's bitch. I run the flop house. I'm not doing the fucking dishes. I used to tell them, they're your dishes. I clean my own dishes. I eat with my own dishes. And I just wash one plate. After I was like 19, I began to realize that everybody thought they were just going to come to my house, use my dishes, and leave them in the sink. And it's like, I mean, you know, that's okay, but I mean, eventually it caused me some psychological damage where I just stopped cleaning because I was this slave for my own flop house for like 7 years. I cleaned the counters, the fucking dishes, the fucking doors, the windows, the dust and shit. I swept, I mopped. I was the only one who did anything in that fucking house. And I'm the laziest person you will ever meet. And that's how that's how I kind of like think of it. It's kind of weird. So, like, if I'm the laziest person that you will ever fucking meet in the entire world, and I mean this, you know it, you've seen me do it for 3.5 years, sit on my fucking lazy ass for 14 hours a day for the last 3.5, 4 years, something like that, right? You know I'm the laziest piece of shit you'll ever meet. If I'm lecturing you because you're too lazy, something's really fucking wrong. As it was, we let him stay there like 5 months because he didn't punch a hole in the door. We let him stay there like 5, so we covered his rent for like 6 fucking months because Sean didn't punch a fucking hole in the door. He wasn't a fucking, he was a moron. He was a moron, but he wasn't stupid and violent. You know, he wasn't like a prick. He was like an idiot. There's like, but we're allergic to both. We don't believe in violent people and we don't believe in idiots, and that's who we got. So we kicked them out. After them, we were just like, nah. Hey, we went to Mike and we were like, hey, do you want to just split this last room? And he was like, yes. He was like, I don't want to deal with roommates and you guys hassling with them and all this other problems anymore. He was like, yeah, I'll just split the room with you. Fuck it. It's like $1,100 for rent. Will you guys cover like $550? And we were like, yeah, we'll cover $550 for 2 rooms and stuff. And in this way, my friend Robin ended up in our fucking apartment for 13 years or something like that. And I love my friend Robin. I really do. I love my friend Robin. If you're listening to me right now, Robin, I love you to death. I know we had our falling out over methamphetamine and stuff like that, but I love you like a motherfucking brother, and I live my life like I'm like these people might be listening to me because they might be. They're like they like my friend Robin has connections all throughout my crew, and if he talks to any of them, they're gonna tell him that I have a fucking stream, and so I live my life like Robin might be in my fucking channel, you know. And we had a falling out because we were methamphetamine buddies together. We were like we were like the guy that gets you put in rehab, right? We were each other's guy who gets you put in rehab. So eventually I just ended the friendship. I was like, I can't sit here and just be drunk and do meth with you for like 7 years. I can't do this. I've got to stop.
Watch, and like basically in a couple months she had spent like over $4,000 on this guy.
I'll never speak to Robin again, though. I know, which is one of the reasons why I'm saying his name. Because I know I'll probably, if I see Robin, it'll be some freak occurrence on my deathbed or something. It's not going to be like I ever see him again. Because, yeah, he probably really hates me. He hates me because I was able to freely run the Flophouse for 15 years. And he thought that I would just move out and get a job and do seniority and just leave and give him king of the Flophouse. But no, I never did abdicate the throne until the day that the fucking place closed and the landlord shut us down because he sold the place. But no, I remain king of the Tweakers and king of the fucking Flophouse for 15 fucking years or whatever it was. I remain king, bitch. I came in there. I was the last one in. and I was the last one out. I was the last one in, and I was the last one out. I was the last one to come in and take a room who was able to still take a room, and then we held it like rent control for 13 fucking years because it was like you know, it was like a mile from downtown. There, like all the hot college girls would walk by in the fucking afternoons and stuff. It was such a beautiful place. It was such a wonderful place for so many reasons. Platt Park, I love Platt Park, and so it was like this secret that we had. And so no, he thought that and I know why he doesn't like me anymore. He thought that eventually I would just move out and he would become the king of the social circle and king of the fucking Flophouse. But nah, bitch, I stayed till the day that they fucking asked us to leave because they sold the place. like right down to the last day. And it was like a 13-year battle. I hung on to that place, and I believed in this ability to have all of my friends within a few blocks of each other so we could all just party for 15 fucking years. Like it's some kind of crazy drugged out church or something, except instead of every Sunday, it's every night from 5 p.m. until, I don't know, 2 in the morning or something like that, 4 in the morning, 6 in the morning, depending on the day of the week. On Fridays and Saturdays, it's 7:30 in the morning, right? And Sundays, it's like 2 in the morning. And then the rest of the week, it's like 11, right? But I mean, that's how it was for 13 fucking years. You could set your clock to it. If you our friends knew where we were at exactly 11:45 p.m. every single night, exactly where we were. We would be in the den with the fucking big projection screen with a 7.1 sound lit up with 13 people sitting in there hitting bongs and motherfucking joints, watching like, I don't know, Peep Show or something like that. You know? I ran the flop house. I absolutely did. It wasn't just my flop house. It was 3 different apartments that were all flop houses. And I ran that bitch. That's the one thing I can say with some certainty. I ran that bitch. I decided who went in. I decided who went out. I decided who could come in the front door. I ran that bitch since the day I came in till the day I came out. And then this is something that I do, you know?
She was done. She reached her breaking point. She was trying to
I ran the crew, even though my best friend is the king of the crew, and nobody would ever give me that acknowledgement. Nobody in my crew would ever say that I'm the leader of this group, but I do run the group. I make all the decisions about who gets to stay there, all this other stuff. I run this fucking group. I've never been the leader of the group because that's my charismatic, almost cult leader-esque, like, best friend. He runs this group, right? But he doesn't ever lead the group. That's not his job. He doesn't care about leading the group, so I do it. I'm like his right-hand man who sits in and is like, no, we can't have this person around us. No, we can't have that person around. I'm Ma Non Sheila. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Ma Non Sheila from Wild Wild Country, right? But I'm Ma Non Sheila. I don't support some cult, and I never have or whatever. But I do have a right-hand man position in a 1,200 population ashram. In a religion that I don't believe in a church that I don't pray in and this is that thing about why I don't want to be members of any clans or anything like this, because people elevate me above themselves all of the fucking time for no reason, in leadership roles that I don't want to be in, running crews that I don't know, doing things that I don't understand for people that I don't necessarily like. And so eventually I just stopped being the leader of the crew, and I can tell you the day it happened, that was the day that we moved out of that apartment. I was like, I'm no longer the de facto leader of this fucking crew, Sen. That's you. And I told him, I was like, I'm leaving this place for at least 5 or 10 years. It ended up being forever. But I mean, like, I came back for another 3-year or 4-year jaunt, and I got on black tar heroin and stuff, and I didn't even really talk to him the whole time. And I was like, I'm leaving this place, Sen. You must run these people. You must control their lives. Not control their lives, but you must make sure that they're happy and that they're social and they're meeting us on Sunday nights and drinking with us and being happy with us and not sinking into depression and losing themselves, because that's what happened to most of our fucking crew. And he did it too. He fucking did it. He took over. He took leadership and shit. And you know, he made some interesting choices. Like, I kept a crew of like 70 people or something like that. He cut it down to like 13. And it's weird because I know he likes those 70 people more than I do. But he was the one who cut it down to like 13 people. We had an extended circle of like 70 fucking people who would die for us, you know what I'm saying? But he cut it down to like the siblings and the girlfriends. That was it. You know, best friend, well, and of course the original Brotherhood or whatever, you know, the original Skull and Bones or whatever. We don't have a name for our crew. I just call it the crew. It is weird because it's cheesy. Other people make fun of us. They're like, why do you guys keep saying the word crew? But I mean, every time that they're around us, that's like the word that we use to describe this crazy social circle that we have that's like 70 people strong that all have like houses and homes and money that support his church and all this crazy stuff. You could call it a cult, but nobody ever meets. Nobody ever tells anybody like, it's not a cult, it's a transcendental meditation circle. Nobody ever tells anybody what to do. Nobody ever has sex with each other. Nobody ever fucking fucks each other over or steals from each other. If they do, it was like me stealing $20 worth of drug money from my friend's Dropbox so I could go get high. There wasn't like, oh, somebody stole some money for the cult or something, or tithing is 10% or 50% of your income for the cult or anything like that. It's never been like that. It's like we run a transcendental meditation circle in Denver, Colorado, full of crazy hippie kids who are all geniuses who don't believe in conformity or being like anybody else. Hipsters. Basically hipsters. More like metaphysical hipsters would be a really good descriptive phrase for us. So if you're not a metaphysical hipster, you're just riding along, getting drunk and trying to party and stuff, you won't fit in with my crew. You can't ride with us. I've seen so many people try. I've seen really cool people who were like the kings and queens of their fucking high schools try to roll with my crew and fucking fail. It's weird. They just don't have the knowledge or the media or the experience or the fucking or like any of the things that we've done or the things that we've managed to do with our lives and shit. Like they and so I've seen like social butterflies fail to join my crew before because they try and fail. Because they just aren't like as dynamic as us. They don't do crazy things. They don't own tons of guns and tons of like allegiance from people and all this weird things. Like, they aren't like us. They are transcendental meditation people, but we're the people at the top of the transcendental meditation circle scene in Denver, and all of us have guns. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. It's weird because like we're like these, Maharishi hippies, but none of us believe in violating the tenets of America, which is the right to bear arms. We have the right to bear arms. We were given that by our country. Now, in other countries, we don't believe in having guns. Like in India, I would never bring a gun to India. I would never bear arms in India. I would never do that. Or Britain or any other fucking place. I would never bear arms in another fucking country. But I absolutely do bear arms in my own fucking country because I've been given that right for a long fucking time. That's one of the things that makes America special. And I'll talk like a motherfucking right-winger as I say fuck the Republican Party and I want them canceled and fucking sued and get them the fuck out of here, and fuck all the piece of shit four horsemen of the goddamn apocalypse ice soldiers that they brought in and fucking attacked my people within the last day. Fuck these fucking assholes. I'll talk out of both sides of my mouth. I'll talk about how much I love guns like the right wingers, but then I'll talk about abolishing the right wing party because I'm really not right wing. You can be leftist and still own guns and hate the government and believe in child sex fucking cabals and stuff like this. You can be leftist. We were the ones who came up with that stuff. We were the ones who were pissed off about JFK. You were the guys who did JFK. We're the ones who came up with being Dale Gribble. But you guys co-opted it with King of the Hill and turned it into this rightist thing that became Elon Musk. But motherfucker, it has always been peacenik hippies at Area 52. Or I'm sorry, Area 51. Oh, sorry, I'm a gamer, so I say Area 52. I'm sorry, I just do. I've done it all my life. I've said Area 52 because that's my only experience with Area 52 is a fucking video game. I've never done a deep dive on Area 52 besides Andrew Callahan, and I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't care. Anyways, so yeah, deadbeats thought that they could just move into our flop house and just live there because we were deadbeats living in the flop house. But the problem is, we paid the cost to do that. You didn't, And I used to try to explain that to them, really politely too. But it's like, motherfucker, we have costs that we do this stuff. We like I have people that I have like taken charges for here, and if they're fronting my rent, it's because I did something for them 15 years ago, long before you were ever even like a piss in your fucking father's pants or something like that. It's like weird. It's like, it was weird. It was like weird the way they expected things to be. It was odd. I don't like this lock and I don't want to do it anymore. It's fucking dumb. Alright, we're done with this place, right? I think so. I believe I'm going to go to bed. It has been very fun. Oh no, let's finish the case of Arthur Knight and I'll stay up another hour. That's okay. It's Sunday night. I don't mind staying up late.
Leave the room they were in this one
Stay up late on a Sunday.
day after ignoring him, and he basically got violent with her. She said he pinned her down.
Yeah, like so when they show you a demeanor that you don't like, you don't want to yell at him or control him or beat on him or do anything with that if you're like a leftist hippie and you're just peaceful or whatever. So you just sort of like, you start ignoring them, and that's what I did to him. I was like, I'm gonna ignore you until, I'm not gonna let you in my room or party with us or anything like that. I'm just gonna lock the door and ignore you like you don't exist until the problem goes away. And then eventually it took an eviction to get rid of it, because I was like, I'm just gonna ignore you. That's what normal people do when they're tasked with dealing with some person that they don't actually want to deal with. They ignore you, and this drives people like this crazy. It causes them to escalate. They're like Marty McFly, and somebody said the goddamn word chicken. They go fucking crazy if you ignore them. And I learned this the hard way. Ever since that day when I ignored him and shut the fucking door on him, and he punched a fucking pizza-sized hole in my wood door with his bare fist. It was crazy. It was like The Shining or something. Like it was like the Jack from The Shining. He like punched through the fucking door, and he was like, "Ah!" at us through the fucking door. And I was like, Jesus Christ, dude, fucking leave this apartment now. You just basically assaulted me. You have damaged my property. Get the fuck out of here. And he did. He like just left. He couldn't believe what he did either. He couldn't believe it. And I was like, I don't really understand why you needed to punch a fucking hole in my fucking door, you fucking idiot. Did the door fuck your mother? Like me? Fucking idiots. And but I'm not saying these things to him because I know he's gonna punch me in the fucking face. He's a loose cannon. So I'm just sitting there just staring at him. What can I do? What can you do?
To the police. The police helped her get him out of there, and they were like,
you can get in a fucking N-word moment with him. You can get in a fucking moment with him and violate probation and go to jail for 5 years? You can get in a dumb moment with them. You like I'm talking about in the sense of the Boondocks, right? The Boondocks talked about this. It was a very, very strong point that they made. Like, some dude in public insults your pride. Do you get in a moment with him and then end up in jail for violation of probation or something like that? And there was all kinds of jokes about that too. And you know that we're all on probation, so you definitely can't call the cops. What do, right? You turn or walk away. You turn the other cheek. That's like even in the Bible, they've got advice about this. So that spans the ages, which is turn the other cheek. You don't pay attention to them. But the problem is, the minute that you turn your cheek on any of these schizophrenic fucking psychotic assholes, they just immediately go like full-blown bull at the fucking bullfight, and they see red and they tilt their fucking horns and they charge you. And that's what that kid did too.
When they asked her, do you want to press charge?
I screamed in his face. I screamed in his face as he started to charge me. I was like, if you fucking touch me, I will see you inside of a jail cell for 2 to fucking 5 years. I screamed it in his fucking face. I was like, I'm on probation. I can't fucking touch you. And he was like, damn. He had a moment with it. He was like, damn, this guy's angrier than me. And I was like, motherfucker, I would love to fucking break every bone in your fucking shitty body. I would love to do that. But they've had me on probation all of my goddamn adult life since I was 13 years old. I've been on fucking probation. It finally ended at the age of 39. I've been on probation. I don't haul off and suck shitheads in public like motherfucking Will Smith. I'm a better American than Will Smith. I don't do that in public. I don't do shit like that. I just never had the goddamn option. I've been chased by pigs all my fucking life.
She said no.
Must be nice not to be lower class and not be chased by pigs all your fucking life. It must be nice to just haul off and, drink and fuck off in the middle class like a fat piece of shit and haul off and sock people all the fucking time like you're at a fucking baseball fight with baseball dads or something. It's so stupid. Must be nice because I just lived on probation all of my adult life for nothing at all. I never did do anything at all except smoke drugs. That was it. Fucking stupid. And one thing at the end, trespassing. But when I was like, homeless.
She was afraid of the way he would retaliate. He was always threatening her that he would do these things.
Yeah, they like threaten you and then they laugh about it and they think that it's funny because they do think that it's funny. And then they look at you and they're like, what's your reaction about it? Why don't you think this is funny? Because I'm not a psychopath. I don't think this is funny. You just physically threaten me. And they think it's funny. It's weird.
What a crazy shit. So then, after that, right,
I started doing it to other people. After a while, I just like anybody who threatened me, I would just come up right into their fucking face. I would look them right down, nose to nose. They'd be like, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. I'll fucking break every bone in your fucking body. I've been waiting all of my fucking life to do it. Don't be the guy that gets me to break my vow of nonviolence. You know what I'm saying? Don't be the guy that gets me to break my vow of nonviolence. This is advice to the stream sniper too. Don't be the guy that gets me to break my fucking vow of nonviolence. violence. I'll break every fucking bone in your body. Make sure you never walk again. I'm dead serious. I've been bottling that anger all of my goddamn life. I'm way more perturbed and bothered and scared by it than something like a stream sniper or some dude who tries to kill me with a circular saw or anything like that. I'm far more scared of my own goddamn anger than anybody else in this fucking world. Trust me, I will burn this whole world. I got so much fucking anger. You've seen it before. So my whole thing is like, nah, I'm just better than you. I don't give in to it. I'm stronger than you. I've always been better than you and your father combined.
Charges.
Fuck your father, bitch. I get angry about this. I get confrontational with people. You know, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, I'm not afraid of you. I've dealt with so much bullshit and so much pigs and so much probation and problems and abuse and just, you know, people trying to kill me and stuff like this. I'm not that one. I'm that porcupine who will shove this quill up your fucking ass, you know?
Harassing her, calling, texting nonstop. He's telling her, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in days. I have nowhere to go. I can't sleep anywhere. Like, please help me. Then all of a sudden, though, he just stops talking to her. She's like, I think I got
because
rid
they
of
go
him.
because they go and find another victim. That's what all these people, they're always like, on true crime, they're like, we don't understand, but for some reason here there's like a year-long gap where he just doesn't beat her, doesn't chase her, stalk her, doesn't do anything. You want to know why? It's because they go and find some other victim for that whole year. That's why. It's not some fucking it's not some fucking mystery. They're a psychopath. They fucking attack people all of their lives. They're like a hand grenade that never stops exploding. So if they're not there present at the moment, there's in somebody else's life torturing them.
That dies, except it's gonna come back. But let's stick with the timeline. Nick is in the UK. He now needs to find another woman, right? So he's probably gonna go back online, find someone. He meets a woman. Her name is Miranda, also from the UK.
The man calling himself Arthur Knight married his wife.
How does this convicted racist get married 5 times? Like, they're like that desperate. That's how desperate these people are for companionship. It's weird. What is with the loneliness epidemic? They'll fucking marry like child rapists and stuff. What the fuck is going on, man? I don't know. Some of these people have spouses. It's weird. How do you support a child molester? It's weird. Or like a rapist. This guy's got rape charges on him. You just don't know about it, I guess? He just lied to you. I'm sorry, but okay, before I ever put a ring on somebody, I'm putting a background check on somebody. I don't care. Before I ever put a ring on somebody, I'm doing a background check. I guarantee. Girls too. Girls too.
Amanda has stood by him throughout the police.
I'm an equal opportunity mistruster. I don't trust people. I'm a distruster. I just don't trust people. So yeah, girls too. I'm definitely running a background check on anybody that I would ever marry.
She is the one that is now in all these interviews.
I've ran background checks in my life. I've ran background checks on most of the drug dealers I work with. I ran background checks on the people that I stole money from. I ran background checks on the people that I use like for identification purposes and stuff like this, for fake identities and stuff like this. I run background checks. It's one of the things I've done. Like I want to know who I'm dealing with, and I don't deal with bad people, and I don't deal with people who are scarier than me. You know what I'm saying? I don't deal with people who are scarier than me.
By his side.
What do you say to someone who believes that you are Nicholas Alldayerrydaybaby?
I ran a background check on a guy who was selling me stolen credit cards because he made a mistake and told me his name. I was like, you're a fucking moron. I could have blackmailed you for everything you've got. I can't believe he told me his name. But he slipped up and fucked up and said, oh yeah, that, you know what my name is, and he said his name. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, okay, you're feeling like you're really trusting me and stuff. And I had this moment where I was like, I could blackmail this crazy fucking credit card thief now for probably like $100,000 and leave this state and never be here again. And it would probably work. I was like, I could probably do that, but I'm not a bad person. And I immediately hit the bowl of meth with him and chill with him. I don't care. I'm not out to fuck people. I'm not somebody who ever goes looking for targets like some psychopath. I don't need to do that. They come looking for me. I had a guy, he was a credit card thief, and I moved yeah, god damn, I robbed a, what's it called, checks cash place for, I don't know, some odd amount. I'm not going to say how much or what I did, or how I did it, but I robbed a checks cash place for some thousands, and I did this at the behest of a friend of mine who had been doing it all of his life. And he told me this funny thing. When I handed him the money, he handed me back half the money. And he was like, okay, good deal. We'll keep doing this. And I was like, okay, cool, whatever. And he was like, I have this problem. And he was like, I'm this crazy credit card thief, and I'm being extorted. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, well, there was this girl who contacted me, and she like sent me these texts and stuff, and then sent me a picture, and I liked the picture. But then the next day, I get this crazy angry phone call from this dude who claims to be her father, who tells me that he is going to kill me if I don't pay him a lot of money to get his daughter therapy. And I was like, you are being extorted by a credit card thief. And this just hadn't occurred to him. He thought I was going to pitch something about the girl or something. He wanted to talk about the girl. He was like, is it her fault? Did she cause this? And I was like, you are being extorted by a very savvy credit card thief. It was what I said. It was like verbatim. I was like, you are being extorted by a very savvy credit card thief. And there's a very simple solution. I said this. I was like, high on meth. And I have no filter. So I just said it to him. And he started crying. He started crying afterwards. I was like, you are being extorted by a credit card thief. And if you just stop answering the text, you're going to be fine. Shut off your phone if you're worried, but you don't even need to do that. It's just a credit card extortion thief. He's trying to rob you because you steal credit cards, and he knows it. So he's trying to rob you by pretending that he's some 14-year-old girl. And he was like, you're right. He was like, I couldn't see. I'm a scammer who can't see the scam. And I was like, you're a fucking idiot. I didn't say it. I was like, and after that, after he told me that, I robbed his apartment for meth. I didn't rob his apartment. I just took his meth because I didn't think he deserved it. I sold him meth that I didn't think he deserved because he was an asshole. And when I realized that this terrible credit card thief was getting extorted by another credit card thief, I never spoke to him again. And I snuck in through his back window and I stole like a gram of meth from his side bedroom table because I like stealing drugs from people who I don't like. And this guy, he was actually very he thought we were going to be best friends for the rest of our lives and rob the checks cashed until we kiss and run off together or whatever. I have no idea what his fucking deal was, but he thought we were going to do this forever. And I was like, nah, I used you for the $4,000 that I figured that you're good for. I know that you're dangerous because you're talking about getting extorted by another credit card thief. So, and I didn't say any of this shit to him. I just never spoke to him again and robbed him for his meth that I sold him and left. I'm dead serious too. I crept in past like 6 of his fucking homie roommates or whatever at like 4:40 in the morning or whatever. And I just went in through his fucking window. I knew where he kept his goddamn meth because I used to get high with him and stuff. I just went there and I got the meth that I just sold him back, and then I never spoke to him again. I sold him like an 8-ball for $100, and then I went back there and I stole it from him because I knew that he wasn't there, and I knew he made a mistake. He fucked up so many times. He kept making mistakes that I just don't make, like telling me where he was. Telling me that he wasn't home, all these things that criminals shouldn't be doing, the mistakes that I just don't make because I'm not stupid, you know what I'm saying? I just assume that everybody in the business is out to fuck me and my family to death for all of our money. It's an easy thing to do. When you do that, like Pablo Escobar, you just assume that everybody's out to fuck you and your entire family to death for all of their money. You just don't trust anybody, so then it's really easy to see when somebody else trusts you and tells you something that you can take advantage of. And so he, like the last day that I spoke to him, he mentioned that the credit card thief was fucking jacking him, so I just informed him and I let him out of this. He was like, you know, this has been going on. I paid him tens of thousands of dollars. It's been going on for 5 years, is what he told me. And I was like, you fucking idiot, stop paying him. Stop, like, throw the phone away and then you never have to deal with him ever again. I was like, and I just went back to smoking meth. He was like, this was like this groundbreaking, fucking world-shaking, like, oh my god, the dark times are over, like epiphany for him, that he was being extorted by some credit card thief. And it was like, I thought some little girl, whose father was going to kill me for texting a little girl. And I was like, no, that is like the most common goddamn social engineer in the credit card theft book. Was he asking for fucking Bitcoin or check cards? And he was like, yes, he told me to pay him in fucking fucking Amazon gift cards. And I was like, you are a fucking moron. I didn't say that, but I was like, yeah, you're dumb. I did say, you're dumb, you're dumb, you're dumb. I can't believe this. I laughed it off with him. But then I sat there, I got out, I remember this. I liked his apartment, and I liked that neighborhood, and I was out in Golden. And I'm like sitting out in the car as I leave the apartment, and I'm like, I'm gonna make a life decision to rob this guy and never speak to him again, because he's not only dangerous to himself, he's incredibly dangerous to me. So I just took what I could get from him at that point, which I thought I could get away with, because he put me in genuine risk. He was being extorted by a blackmail artist, and he had just committed a bunch of bank fraud with me, and that was a long time ago now, like a long time, like 11 years now or something like that. It's been a fucking long time. Like, I'm out of the statute on it and everything, which is why I can talk about it. But I mean, like, it, like, you know, like, it still is just sort of crazy. It's not even for enough money for prison, I don't think, either. But it's just sort of weird. It's like, that guy, when he showed me how dumb he was, I was like, well, okay, I'm gonna show you what being stupid gets you. And I just jacked him and never spoke to him again. And I could freely do that because he gave me all the information to do that. I felt it was like, it wasn't even like I went in like MI6 or whatever, or not MI6, but Mission Impossible, right? I go in like Mission Impossible through his fucking window because I'm more scared of his neighbors than I am of him. I was way more scared of his neighbors than I was of him. I didn't even care if he was home. I was like, I'm just gonna take this meth and I'm gonna go out the fucking window whether he likes it or not. He's such a fucking pussy. I doubt he'll do anything. And that's the problem when you're actually harder than everybody else because everybody took shots at you since you were 13 years old, like an actual fucking kid in the ghetto or whatever. Like when everybody takes shots at you all your fucking life, when you spend 27 years on probation, 27 years, you understand? 27 years since I was 15 until I was 39. What is that? That's 27 years, I believe, yeah. Or 29 years. Yeah, it was like, I was on probation for like, from the age of 15 until I was like 29. I don't remember a time I wasn't. So like, you know, so then you learn to like that Pink Floyd song, you learn to look for the easy meat with your eyes closed, and you don't like living lifestyles like that, but I mean, they're dangerous, and if you don't do that to them, they'll do it to you. That's the game. That's what the game is. If somebody in the game offers you something, you have to ask them what they want in return, because there is something. They'll never tell you what it is, and if they don't tell you what it is, you say no. And this is how I never got busted. You know, I never got busted. I never got robbed. You know, I got robbed when I fell asleep and they gaffled my pockets, but I didn't get robbed for some crazy amount of drugs or money. No, I didn't get robbed or busted or anything like that, because you just don't trust anybody. It's the drug scene. Why would you trust them? They're a bunch of drug fiends. Nothing anything they say is true. Almost any of it. They might tell you the truth about their families or where they're living and stuff like this, or basic things about their lives. It is true. But most of the time when they do dealings with you, they are lying in some degree or some form about something.
I am not Nicholas.
I began to understand this when I lived at the meth house for like 5 years, that around year 2, I began to realize that like compulsive lying was this thing that druggies just do, that even to themselves. And this was something that I don't do, and it bothers them. It bothers them that I can't keep a secret, and that I don't lie, and that I don't manipulate people, because I don't need to. I've never not had the power to not do that. I've never been in a needy situation where I needed to do that.
I do not know.
I don't care what you're saying. You're just crazy.
What do you say to people who say these are crocodile tears? He's putting on a show. This is all an act. Oh, no.
That's a right. No.
When you actually read about what he's done, he seems to have done it consistently through his life. So why is it literally going to stop when he meets me?
I don't know if she's a scammer like him too, and he found someone like his equal, and they're scamming together, or if he changed his ways. I don't know. But in any case, or maybe something bad's happening and she's going along with it. I'm not sure. I hope that's not the case. Now, also what's happening at this time is COVID, right? 2019, 2020. He starts contacting the media that he had relations with when he was doing all that stuff against DCYF when he was younger. And he tells them that he has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin lymphoma, and it's like terminal. And the reporters are saying that like when he contacted them, he really insisted on them mentioning that he has this illness, right? And a month later, all of a sudden in February 2020, he dies.
Sad news to pass along. The voice you've heard on the air here on WPR.
Wait, he actually died? I didn't see that coming.
Nicholas Alldayerrydaybaby, and he's passed away.
Oh, good. He died at the end of it. Oh, good. Oh, good. I mean, I don't exult in his death. I'm just saying, thank God there will not be any more victims. I'm not happy that he died. I think I would have liked him to see justice. But, like, you know, but at least there will be no more victims. You know, you have to think about the victims. Like, if he's not on the streets anymore, then there won't be any more rape victims. So I can exalt in his death in that respect. I don't want to exalt in his death. I just like that the threat is finally, the threat is gone. You know,
battled with cancer, leaving his wife and 2 children. Nicholas Alldayerrydaybaby was 32.
How do we know this? Because an anonymous woman who
like last year I put I've been boiling all of my life. I've never actually hit somebody, so I've been boiling, waiting for it all of my fucking life, somebody to actually push me too far. But I've managed to keep my fucking temper the entire fucking time. I don't know how I've done it, but I have. And so now it's come out in interesting ways. Like, I've got an unchecked aggression. And so I like laced my house with non-lethals all over this fucking place. There's like knives and bear mace and fucking tasers and like all types of fucking non-lethal things like nail guns and stuff like this all over this place. Because it's not that I'm paranoid. It's that I'm looking forward to finally hurting somebody if they ever push me. I'm actually, I'm like looking forward to it. I don't want it. I just like, I don't fear it. I'm like, I know that I would like a chance to finally defend myself. I think if they ever push me inside my own home, I'll have a good reason to shoot them with a nail gun, you know? And a taser. And bear mace and several other things. And so I don't live in fear. I don't lock my door. I don't live in fear because like the warning will come. That's the nice thing about living here. Warning comes. So if they show, I'm looking forward to it, honestly. Like I was very unhappy when they swatted me, you know? And so I'm looking forward to like, you know, something. I like resolutions. I don't like living and waiting, whatever.
who would not reveal her identity.
There's all kinds of cameras too. Like, you know, there's like good security here. And I don't know why anybody would ever come and harm me. I've never done anything to anybody, really. I filed charges on people who trespassed against me, but I've never done anything to anybody.
Presumably his wife, she claimed to be his widow, was talking to me.
I robbed that fucking check fraud guy for his 8-ball of meth that I sold him, because I knew there was an 8-ball sitting in his dresser that I was like, well, that's $100 I can just sling to the next customer. So I just went in his room and got that 8-ball back, and I left. I was like, well, I'll take the $90 over not taking the $90, and I just crept in his room and took my $90 back, because I was like, well, this is a dead relationship, and I killed the phone number, and I never responded to him again, you know. And he tried too. He tried a bunch of times, because I was immediately the best person he had ever worked with. He told me that a bunch. He was like, I really feel we could go pretty far because you have discipline. And I'm like, yep. I don't get high when I'm working. I don't fuck around. I talk like a rich man and all this other stuff.
And the reason why she wanted to remain anonymous is because she said these government organizations like DCYF and all these people, they're out to get him. Okay, that's why he's in the UK. He's in hiding. That's why he was there. Right, but then he got sick, and now he's dead. And so
good.
That, you know, if there's
good
criminal
riddance.
cases, I guess they would all go away now because he's dead, right?
Good riddance.
So there's an obituary that
No.
You need to read the
Rapists always get you out, like past the grave. They always leave stuff that the residuals. It's the rape is the gift that keeps on giving. It just never stops. The damage never ever stops. So yeah, long after their death, the victims are still feeling it. It fucking sucks.
To you. Not all of it, it's a lot. I'm going to show you all of it if you want to go down that rabbit hole. But I need to read some of these clips because that narcissism is insane and wow. So at the top of this obituary,
like these people didn't know that I was looking at it like I was Nico Bellic from Grand Theft Auto. What would Nico Bellic do? You find out that the guy that you're robbing banks with is being extorted by somebody who's smarter than him. And how long till that person extorts that they're working with you, right? So then what do you do as Nico Bellic? Well, whatever you sold him, you just go get that back and sell it to someone else, and you never speak to him again.
obituary, like when you go on it now, there's like a thing on top.
If you see him on the street, you let him know it's on, and you'll fucking waste him if he fucks with you, and then you just never speak to him again. That's what Nico Bellic would do.
Like, this is not real or fake or whatever. It's like a warning. Now everyone says he wrote this obituary himself.
Nick's not dead. Nick wrote his own obituary.
Oh, really? We were all really hoping he was dead, but I remember that she said that. I was like, good, and then I remembered that she said that it was a hoax, and I was like, okay, I can say that it's good that he was dead.
He's alive and he faked his death. Allegedly.
Yeah.
My conspiracy theory, don't sue me. This is what he said. He goes, Nicholas Alldayerrydaybaby's battle for life ended on February 29th, 2020. The children and families in the care of Rhode Island.
Battle for life? You mean
Children
rapist?
Families, DCYF, for whom he inspired and led through turbulent.
He wrote his own fucking
transgressions,
piece
have
of
lost
shit.
a warrior.
This piece of shit wrote his own eulogy. Only truly crazy assholes write their own fucking eulogy. It's like that joke in Trailer Park Boys. I've only ever met one other asshole who's got shot twice in the same day, and he was a real dick. That's what that reminds me of. It's like if you're writing your own obituary, you might as well like go get a lair somewhere and get like a super laser and aim it at City Hall. You're basically like you're encroaching on the monarch levels of evil here when you're writing your own obituary and writing like a glowing obituary for yourself. I can't believe this guy got to write his own obituary.
That fought on the front line.
Oh, he's my age too. He's my age. Of course he is. He's such an asshole.
For 2 decades. His last words were, "Fear not, and run toward the bliss of the sun."
Do you see that this guy has no filter and is not scared to fake his own death or write his own eulogy or anything like this? This is that crazy thing I was talking about. For 30 years, they tried to train us to believe that we should think outside the box and act crazy and do crazy things like make your own eulogy and weird shit. Like, that's the kind of thing you would see in a Hollywood movie, is like making your own There was a movie called Double Jeopardy that was kind of like that, where she fakes her own death so she could kill her husband, right? It was actually pretty good. And like, I think that was like Catherine Zeta-Jones or somebody, I forget, or was it the Entrapment Girl? I can't remember, but whatever. Like, yeah.
His passing, the room was filled with the sounds of the end credits for the 1997 film Contact by composer.
Oh my God! He put a soundtrack to his own eulogy for the movie Contact. You're so fucking crazy, like Michael Crichton. You're fucking crazy.
Alan Silvestri, a film and score which held special.
He put Alan Silvestri on for his own obituary. It's like that H. Sean Benjamin joke we heard today. I heard that you got tricked into being a fucking mailman at a wedding. I heard that you played the soundtrack to Contact at your own fucking at your own funeral that you faked. It's so bad. It's so cheesy. These guys really are like super villains. It's the kind of stuff that you hear in comic books. So then I faked my own death. It's like, really, dude? Did you get hyenas and hang down by the dockside after that? Like with the Joker? I mean, after you faked your own death, did you hang out with Two-Face? It seems kind of crazy. It's like...
Mr. Alldayerrydaybaby was a painter, author, amateur ornithologist, political scientist, sociologist, accomplished orator.
None of these things. None of these things. None of these things. You mean child welfare endangerment advocate because he was a rapist.
And child welfare reform advocate.
Yeah, right. You mean endangerment advocate?
The youngest lobbyist in Rhode Island history, as he fought for the DCYF reform and was then exiled.
What?
To Nebraska and Florida.
Exiled.
Where he was silenced until his 18th birthday. Grandiose, like exiled.
This is so bad. It's like something from a cartoon. It's like remember in the old cartoons they would do their own funerals so that the friends could tell them how much they mean to them when they're feeling down or whatever, right? That's what this is, except he has no friends, so he wrote his own obituary because he's this rapist shithead. So it's the kind of thing I imagine that my stream sniper does. He has no friends, so he writes his own obituary or whatever. It's the kind of thing I think of like, this is the kind of, these are the sort of nasty things that I imagine about my stream sniper. It's kind of crazy. You just sort of imagine that, oh my God.
The unthinkable and was admitted to become an alum of Harvard University. So he never.
Yeah, like I'm fairly sure that my stream sniper is the type of person that would have to write their own eulogy because they have no friends and never will. So like it's kind of weird. It's fucking weird. It's so comical. And I'm not trying to attack them. It's just the irony of all of this. I suppose what I said was an insult, and I don't mean it like that. I'm saying that I just marvel at the crazy of it all. I'm sure they do too. I marvel at the fucking crazy of it all. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. It is crazy. This guy's writing his own eulogy because he has no friends. It's the kind of thing that I used to think about my stream sniper, and I don't mean that to be some attack. It's just the truth. It's where my wild mind goes. You kind of dream up these crazy. It's the fucking truth. You dream up these crazy, scummy things that you imagine about the person of how big of a fucking loser they are or whatever. Like I'm imagining agoraphobe. I'm imagining, like, I don't know, all these things, and I don't want to insult them any further than I already have, because this wasn't about insulting them. I promise this. I don't want beef. I didn't come here to insult you with this. I am saying that like it is a sad state of affairs. I think a bunch of humans are literally in this place where they have no friends, and they'll have to write their own eulogy at their will, at their own funeral. And they have to fake their own funeral just to get some kind of response out of the humans around them other than throwing them in jail.
Harvard officially. I think he did like one of those like programs on the outside. Immediately, right, the FBI and the
And life is so weird. If you really boil it down to the problem here, the guy never did have a friend. I don't think his whole now, and this is not really that fair because he was an orphan, and often it is the orphans who do the really crazy things like this. It sucks. It's not often, excuse me, but it happens. And like, and so, yeah, like, you know, he had a Frank Grimes life, and that's unfortunate, and you did a lot of really shitty things because of it. Wouldn't it have been cooler if you just were actually all of these things? This is the lesson to the stream sniper too. This is, I mean, this goes to, this is something called emotional intelligence. This is why I make fun of their naivety all the time, is they put on some act or some mask, and they put a whole bunch of work into doing something. Like, for instance, I have a stream sniper, and I don't know which one it is either. I've got like 7 of them, and a bunch of them still threaten me. It's so stupid. So like, now, like, I don't know who it is, which one it is, but I have a stream sniper called Skycatlive fan, who I will acknowledge, and who put a fucking channel on TikTok that's all of my worst moments or whatever, which is a sign that I'm a real streamer. That happens to every real streamer. I was supposed to be scared or angry or fucked up about it or whatever, but I was like, no, I've been watching these videos for like years before I ever even started doing this 4 years ago. I watched a whole bunch of videos by people like Crusader and stuff like this that are like, be very thankful when they stalk you, because it means that you're gonna be successful. You have their interest in all this stuff. You're gonna hate that they stalk you and all this, but it means something when they do it. You know, it means that you're gonna be hot shit or something like this. People don't stalk people that are boring, right? And it's something that they say on the videos a lot. They're like, people don't stalk people who are boring, and you should be, you know, at first you should be honored that they spend their time to do this, because if you don't, they'll hurt you, right? And that's the impression that I have, is I honor them as a person. I said some hurtful things just now, and I didn't mean that. I'm trying to teach a lesson here, and it is about the lesson. And of course, I'm a fucking prick, so I'll be condescending about it. But notice all the things that the assistant to the assistant regional manager says about what he wants to be. And he's very pointed about this. He's like, I want to be some exile, but I come and I redeem myself, and I'm a rape victim who was like, you know, an orphan, and I was exiled, and now I came back and I built all these crazy things that aren't real and all this stuff, right? But imagine if what he was saying was actually real. Instead of him spending the time to rape women or fuck up or stalk me or swat me or do shit to people in their own fucking community, imagine if they just spent the time actually doing all the stuff that he lists. And this is what's so funny about like stupid ass fucking arch villain types who think they've got to pick some Dr. Venture to stalk or something. This is literally the joke. The Venture Brothers, the entire show revolves around that obsession of some arch nemesis trying to stop some super villain trying to stop some superhero, and how utterly poppycock ludicrous that actually kind of is. It's just like you guys have some fight that never ends, and you and Batman fight each other around the city. Like, you know, you could almost call that dating, really. Like every Friday night, the Joker tries to blow up some library or steal some diamond or something like that, and Batman shows up and kisses him with a batarang or something like that. You can almost call it dating, really. It's that silly and kind of like absurd in the real world. You can almost call that dating. And then Father, what's his name? Inspector Gordon or whatever is like the stern dad. That's like, are you guys playing by the rules? You aren't putting hands below the southern zone, are you? Or anything like this. It's so dumb. And it is kind of like dating, really. And that's how silly this stupid ass shit that these stalkers do, the stalk women and streamers and stuff like this. Their lives are so fucking loser because they spend all this fucking time, and I mean this too, they spend all this time coming up with shit like swatting people and stupid ass stuff like this that they did to me, or stuff like this guy, or the stuff that this guy did, right? But if you listen to how much work he puts into imagining how cool he is,
wow.
And if he were to just actually go do the stuff that's in everything that he lists in the obituary is technically possibly true if he were to just go do it. None of this stuff is hard to do. The stuff that he lists, none of the stuff that he lists is very impressive in my opinion either. It is to a douchebag.
Obituary, like when you go on it now, there's like a thing on top that's like, this is not real.
This is not real.
Like a warning. Now everyone says he wrote this obituary himself.
I don't know. I think it might be a troll.
Nick wrote his own obituary.
I think it might be a troll.
2020. He goes.
So listen to the things that he wants the people to believe about him, which is like the children and families in the care of the Rhode Island Department of Children, Youth, and Families, for whom he inspired and led through turbulent government transgressions. The government do not fuck with the children of the Rhode Island Department of Children, Youth, and Families. I guarantee you all of those children are receiving food stamps and caseworkers due to the government, and the government is helping the kids at the Rhode Island Department of Children, Youth, and Families. There might be rapists and fucked up people at the Rhode Island Department of Children, Youth, and Families, which is what I'm guessing probably happened because he seems to have an issue with it. But did the government do this? No, the government did not do this. This is bad actors that you're blaming on the government, right? Through turbulent government transgressions against a children youth hostel for orphans. Do you really think that the government goes and fucks with orphan hostels all the time, or whatever you want to call that, orphanages? Do you really think that the government goes and fucks with fucks with orphans all the time? Is that your actual fucking assessment of this situation? I don't really think so. I think it's the other way around. I think the government is pretty much the only people actually doing anything for orphans. Besides, you know, the people that foster and the churches and the food banks and the caseworkers and all the people that are in the system trying to help the fucking orphans. I'm talking about anybody else. Like, nobody is really helping orphans except rich people and stuff. It's kind of crazy. So, like, you know, is the government fucking with orphans? No. The answer is no. Mr. Alldayerrydaybaby, which I don't really believe is his name, but I guess maybe, died 2 months after going public with his diagnosis of non-Hodgkin lymphoma, which is a difficult cancer to prove. He was in his 32nd year. At the bedside were Mrs. Alldayerrydaybaby, their 2 children, and extended family. I don't believe this. I don't believe that his wife, who he constantly beats and probably rapes, and his 2 children, did she really have children with him? I don't think she did. I don't think these people exist. Now, this is my point to the stream sniper and all the bad actors in my motherfucking life. Maybe all 7 of the stream snipers are in my fucking chat right now, but I'm gonna fucking say it, right? If you had just done all this stuff, except for the cancer, right? If you had just actually done all this stuff, you wouldn't need to lie about it in your fucking obituary to no friends. You know, and this is that thing. You spend your time attacking other fucking people all the time because you're this unhappy, fucked up, misanthropic fucking individual, like any of us have never been through that fucking journey before or something. It's weird. So yeah, I can relate, and I've been young, and I know how fucking, you know, what it is to be a man-child. I know what it is. But understand, like, if you were to just go live your life, you wouldn't be so. And to be fair to the stream snipers, to be fair to the stream sniper, I've not seen them in a long time. So, whatever.
Nicholas
Like, you know,
Allen
like to be fair, they have left me alone. So I'm not trying to attack them. I'm saying maybe I help you, right? I'm trying to help you here. If you notice the born loser, like you, who spends all of his time lying about obituaries and attacking other people and raping people and fucking up shit and causing bad problems and all this other stuff. I'm not saying you're like that. I'm saying that it is a bad actor. And if they were to just do the stuff that they dream of the community respecting them for, as opposed to just making up some fucking lie about who they are because they constantly attack people all the time or whatever, then there wouldn't be an issue. If they just were all of this stuff that they dreamed and worked towards those things that they dreamed to be. You can tell what he dreams to be. He dreams to be at the bedside with his 2 children and his wife who tearfully say goodbye to him and all this stuff. Fear not and run toward the bliss of the sun. What the fuck? It's not even a real quote. He doesn't know how to write. At the time of his passing, the room was filled with the sounds of the end credits for the 1997 film Contact by composer Alan Silvestri, a film score which held special meaning for Mr. Alldayerrydaybaby. Of course it does, because fucking weird, stupid-ass Michael Crichton is like this weird dog whistle for fucking crazy people. I know, because I'm one of them.
Arian's battle for life ended on February 29th, 2020.
Michael Crichton is like the science grifters like go-to author.
The children and families in the care of Rhode
There's like
Island
other
Department-
grifters in the metaphysical scenes and stuff that don't do stuff like this, but there is grifters in the scenes that that do stuff like
children,
that.
youth, and families, DCYF, for whom he inspired and led through turbulent.
You did not die of non-Hodgkin lymphoma after 3 years of a diagnosis or whatever. That's not how that works. We've not had three-year turnover cancer for a fucking long time. Maybe it happens like that. It does sometimes, but no.